Okay, good morning. Namaste. Thank you all for being here. Wonderful turnout, and I'm very excited for our first panel of the day. Most of you hopefully have grabbed a brochure, a program. There's a whole set of panels that we're going to be having through 3:45 this afternoon. Thereafter will be Svardim Bagle's keynote speech at 4:30 in Feinlein Auditorium of Moore Hall, which is about a 2-minute walk that direction. So please join us for that, and there'll be a reception following. And then on Saturday, tomorrow, we have additional panels. We have a student-driven panel and a town hall, an open forum for discussion. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our guests and get right on with the show. So do you have an order? Is this the order? Okay, great. And Kristine, you're gonna introduce your project probably. So I won't need to say anything further words. This is Kristine Hildebrandt, and welcome everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. And I would also like to thank the Dickey Center for International Understanding and also Ken and Sienna for the invitation and the opportunity to talk about our project. So this is out of a very catastrophic and tragic event. We're really grateful to be able to talk about some of the work that we're doing in the situation. Just give me a moment to put the PowerPoint slide up. Yeah. Okay. So our panel today is an overview of an ongoing project that was funded with National Science Foundation RAPID. It really was rapid. It's the fastest time I've ever seen from application to approval of the project, to do some very special documentation work in the face of this disaster. So there's a fourth person involved in this presentation who's not here today. So I'm Kristine Hildebrandt, and then Geoff Childs will be speaking after me, and then Sienna Craig. My job here is to just give a bit of the background and set the stage for some of the current kind of emerging findings that Geoff and Sienna will be talking about. Just to give you a bit of background, if you don't know already, although I have the feeling that a lot of people in this room today have quite a bit of awareness of the kind of setting. So this is the kind of ethno-linguistic setting for us. So Nepal is a language extraordinarily rich in linguistic diversity, but a number of these languages are also very vulnerable. They're facing imminent or perhaps more long-term extinction. And in particular, a number of the languages in the region severely impacted by the earthquake are these vulnerable, threatened, or severely endangered languages. So there's approximately 11 languages that were interested, language communities that were interested, and that sets aside the issue of dialect variation. There's even more variation behind these linguistic differences. So as we all know, the epicenter of the first earthquake was in Gorkha district, which is one of the focus areas for the researchers in this group. Quite a bit of infrastructure damage, loss of life, injury. And so we immediately became aware of possible, not just immediate impacts or consequences, but longer term impacts and consequences. And we've seen some of this before in other parts of the world, where the long-term consequences of this type of catastrophe can result in changes to village infrastructure, day-to-day operations, profoundly impacting that. Ultimately, possible population shifts, transitions, population loss, if communities feel the need to resettle elsewhere, or there's kind of diffusion of survivors. And in extreme cases, you can see kind of entire community relocation. A one noteworthy case of this is, to some extent, what's been happening in New Orleans in the years since Hurricane Katrina. There's been quite a lot of demographic shift and change. Certain communities leaving, other communities coming, and either returning or new communities establishing themselves there. And this results in changes to from my perspective as a documentary linguist, language practices, interactional practices. And we were concerned we might be seeing these types of changes happening in the Nepal context as well. So our group started having conversations very shortly after the earthquake to ask ourselves, what is it that we can do? What can we learn about what's happening in the aftermath of this earthquake to community structures, to interactional practices, to language practices, what's happening when responders enter these communities, how is that dynamic shift taking place, what is happening with diaspora or community members who are located outside of these affected communities. If relocation happens, what does that mean? So that was what, in a sense, gave birth to this project, narrating disaster, calibrating causality, and responses to the 2015 Nepal earthquakes. So we can't do this on our own, and we immediately became aware that we really needed to profoundly think through our methods of data collection and data analysis. So we're formulating kind of what we want to call this, but this is really a participatory, kind of community participatory based approach to kind of getting the type of information that we need for this study. So here's our initial group at a kind of field methods, kind of crash field methods course in how to conduct interviews and collect stories. So the goals of our project, as listed here briefly, are to collect and annotate and publish interviews and narratives with survivors in these 3 districts, which are the focus areas for us traditionally. So in particular, we had these 2 basic questions we wanted to go in with, but of course the nature of the questions change as we start working with community members. So what do survivors and responders know about? How can they explain the earthquakes? What's happening to them based on their own worldviews, their own histories, their own backgrounds? And also, how do survivors and responders view their world through the earthquakes and their aftermath, particularly in terms of causality and consequences? Why did this happen and what's next? So these are some big questions we're bringing to the project. Again, the significance of something like this, we can start to paint a picture of language attitudes, practices, language future prospects in this area. We also can start to do a more structured comparison of different ethno-linguistic situations and use that data to evaluate the impacts on people. And also, with the types of results that we can report, we're hoping to improve disaster planner and first responder practices to become more culturally appropriate and culturally sensitive to the particular areas where we find these communities. Okay, so this began last summer when I traveled to Nepal to deliver equipment and train our research assistants. Our research assistants are all members, they're all natal members of these communities. So they came to Kathmandu to learn about how to operate equipment and how basic procedures for sitting down and interviewing and also collecting stories. So I just want to say, take a minute or two to talk about the interviews and then the narratives, and then basically I'm going to turn it over to Geoff. So already with, as Mark Donahue, one of the presenters who's not here today, said, with less than 1% of the data processed so far, we have several hours of interviews and narratives. We're in a place right now thinking, wow, look at all the material we have. What do we do? Okay, so we have quite a bit of material. I'll share with you a couple of examples. So dozens of hours of interview audio and also narrative audio and video, along with metadata, so data about that. Those materials, who are the people we recorded, under what circumstance, what are their backgrounds, so on and so forth. Okay, first a minute on the interviews. So these were kind of 3-part interviews, so kind of 3 categories of questions based on where the respondent is from. Are these residents? Are these returning residents? Are these outside first responders? Who are these people that we're interviewing? We were interested in perspectives from these different segments of the communities. And we were interested in finding information about what people felt about their region or their area or their community before the earthquake, recollection of memories at the time of the earthquake, if they felt okay talking about that. This is obviously a highly sensitive topic. Discussion of structural damage or injuries or other types of impacts if they're willing to share this. And you can imagine in a community there's quite a bit of diversity and complexity in terms of how these communities are built, how different structures, what functions they serve, who works or lives or inhabits these structures. We wanted to try and cover some of this variation. So we're getting different community profiles, responses from people who serve different roles in the community, getting different types of information about impacts in different segments of these communities. So there's different approaches to transcribing these interviews. Here's just a rough example. I know you can't read this, the print is very small, but these selected interviews are transcribed, translated. Sienna's going to be talking a little bit about this. And then other interviews are kind of more roughly translated so that we can try to find emergent themes or repeated themes. So this example is from an interview taking place in Mustang, introductions. Where were you when it happened? What was the moment like for you? What's your idea about earthquakes from the perspective, as you know, of your background? So again, we're finding some very interesting patterns emerging from these types of questions. Some of our audio and video, I'll show you an actual example of this in a moment, gets more careful transcription. So bilingual, trilingual levels of transcription. Again, the print is rather small here. But we're interested in different types of audiences having access to these materials as well, not necessarily only English speakers. So for example, this is a phonetic transcription in the mother tongue, English, and then Nepali below. But we would also like to add Tibetan to this transcription level. As you can imagine, all of this takes time, so it's ongoing. The narratives, yeah, they're more free form, less structured than the interviews. We allow respondents to discuss freely whatever is on their mind. If they feel like recalling the moment, then they'll do so. If they have other things they want to talk about, they'll talk about other things. So, but from a linguistics perspective, which is my background, we're very interested in the kind of grammatical patterns and vocabulary that emerges from these types of narratives. It's difficult sometimes to get verbs of shaking, falling, and other types of non-voluntary motion from staged events. But when people are recalling events like this, you can get some really interesting linguistic information from here. So we're very keen to see what emerges from these narratives. This is a quick example of what this might look like. Oh, let's see. And then I'm going to wrap up my segment after this. This is Elan, free software, by the way. Yeah, there's a bit of a learning curve associated with it, but it's not so bad, where you can align the audio and the video with transcriptions of various levels of detail of the speech event. So here's a woman from Kutang. There's wind. She's outside, so there's wind in the microphone. It happens. So she's kind of talking about the aftermath. I've lost a lot of my property. I have nothing. Okay, I won't use, I just wanted to use this as a quick example. Okay. Oh, whoops, that's, sorry, yep. I don't want to give anything away. Let me escape out of that very quickly. Let's see, which one am I? Not that one. There it is. We all have slightly similar names to our files. Last couple of slides, and then I will transition. Maybe. Let's see. Yes or no? Okay, I'm not going to try and put it into play mode because I don't know what will happen. These are the last two slides. So for the future, this is still very much an active data collection and processing phase. Our community research assistants work at a field office in Tribhuvan University in Kathmandu with other research assistants on the project there to transcribe and translate these stories. As you can imagine, that's time-consuming work. We'll also be archiving the audio and video at the University of Virginia. They have a digital library, Library of Tibetan and Himalayan. It's really a cross-disciplinary digital library, Tibetan and Himalayan library. And a nice aspect of that is all that material is freely available. You don't have to pay for it, there's no user password. It's freely accessible. And it also is going to be safe for a very long time. And we're also considering ways to make our recordings available to affected community members to bring these stories back to the community so they have access themselves if they don't have internet access. So finally, I just want to acknowledge we're very grateful to the National Science Foundation for making these funds and this opportunity available to us so very quickly. And also there are a number of other people beyond our immediate research team who really helped quite a bit with the initial setup. So I would like to thank them as well. Okay, I'll turn it over to Geoff now.
It's me next.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
So,
Sienna next? Okay,
yeah,
well, then we're
yeah.
right where we need to be. Okay.
It will come, I think. I hope.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yay! Okay.
Oh, it's doing this again.
Oh.
This has happened earlier.
Uh-oh. Let's see. You think it might be the connector there? Okay. Yeah, can I do it small? I can.
Yeah, without breathing.
Yeah, I can. I can switch to the home computer too.
That might be better.
Okay, I'll do that. That, yep. And then SRC Rapid Dartmouth, that one. And then can I use this to click?
Should be able to,
Is this a Mac?
yeah, there's
Can
a-
I use presenter view so I can see them there, or is that not possible? It's fine if it's not, but,
No, you can totally.
okay. So just do slideshow, presenter view, that one. Then I don't have to flip pages. Great. Yeah, perfect, okay. And I will cut some minutes. So it's really wonderful to be here in a room full of friends and colleagues and students, and especially to be part of this amazing project that Kristine had the initial idea for, and we've all been collaborating on. What I'm going to talk about very briefly are just a few of the emerging themes around this question of why did this happen? Why did it happen now? And some of the questions about consequences from cultural perspectives. I'm going to just today talk about examples that come from the region of Nepal where I've been working for a number of years, and the team that I helped to put together from Mustang district. And I'm going to just give you some things to think about in these three areas. How have these stories that we've begun to collect talked about questions of causality? What have been some of the socioeconomic impacts in rather specific terms to people who have lived through this experience? And as a medical anthropologist, I'm also interested in how questions of health and well-being, or the lack thereof, the relationship between the body and the heart-mind, are being talked about in some of these narratives. The image you see on the right there is the Wheel of Life, the Tibetan Wheel of Life, and one woman from Upper Mustang said, in relation to one of our questions, there is Riuba Korlo, the Wheel of Life, resulting in constant change. This is how, one of the ways she explained why this earthquake, why now. This is the Mustang team. Kristine introduced the idea that we were working with people from the regions in which we were also gathering narratives. The four folks that worked in Mustang are all people who I have collaborated with also on other research projects, and that meant that they were able to deploy rather quickly, but also that this was part of the nature of this project, that they actually went up without some of the equipment that we could have made available to them, but they felt, because Mustang was relatively less affected than other areas, they felt it was actually important to go immediately and to collect stories well before people actually started to rebuild, because they knew that they would start to rebuild also quite quickly. So at the level of cultural interpretations of causality, I'm just going to sort of briefly introduce four main themes. One is are different ways of people talking about Western scientific, and we could put those in quotes or not. Sometimes they're spoken in English, sometimes they're spoken in Tibetan or Nepali, understandings of why this earthquake occurred. Another major theme has to do with what I'm calling local moral ecologies and the relationship between human action and natural events, things that have to do not only with karma, but also with the propitiations of deities of place and understandings of how human behavior, human stewardship can bring about these kinds of natural disasters. The third I talk about in terms of cosmophysical imbalance. This is something that came also often from quite literary folk in our interview cohorts, people who are trained in Tibetan Buddhism and Tibetan medicine, and they had a different way of understanding cosmological frameworks. And then finally, people talking about the social, political, and economic fault lines that divide Nepal, that divide the world, as another reason why these events were occurring at this particular time. And yet, an important thing to say is that these are not mutually exclusive categories. In one interview, we would sometimes hear all four of these categories. And then we also heard this, from one person from Jomsom, I have no idea about earthquake. We just know the earth shook. My house shook while the earth shook. I'm not educated, so I don't know how it comes. I don't know how much the earth shakes, when it shakes. We just said the earth shook. So just a little admission, this is actually not Nepal. This is a picture of the fault line running across the Tibetan grasslands in Yushu Prefecture, Tibet, from the earthquake there in 2010. But it's a way of illustrating literally this discussion of faults and plates and tectonics and these kinds of words and frameworks that came out in many of the conversations that we had. People would sometimes use phrases such as Nupchoki Tsenrik in Tibetan, so from the perspective of Western science, this is what they tell us, there are these plates. But they also often connected Western scientific understandings to media representation. This is what we hear on TV, this is what we hear on the radio. And that was also another kind of interesting idea to emerge. Talk of the Himalaya as being new mountains is also something that came out during these discussions. Moral ecologies and human action, just to give you an example or two of things that people have shared with us. They say people commit a lot of sins, so the earthquake is a karmic consequence of this. If we do good deeds, we will get good results. If we do bad deeds, if we are selfish, or if we don't think carefully about the environment, then in this way, earth, fire, water, and wind, and those are the cosmological elements coming in here as well, the four that comprise environmental balance, if that balance is disrupted, it leads to an earthquake. Other people saying things about basically people forgetting how or why or when to steward the landscapes that they are responsible for, and that this is part of why the earthquake has occurred as it has. Cosmophysical imbalance, again, you got a little bit of sense of that from that last slide talking about earth, air, fire, and water, but just to give you another couple of examples of that. And to tie it also to another big theme that came out about cosmology. Many of the older people we interviewed talked about how the Earth sits on the back of an animal. What animal that is changed from location to location. In some cases it was an elephant, in other cases it was a white ox, in some cases it was a tortoise. In one example, very interesting linguistic example, someone just said, it's ajakpa, which is basically a Mustangi dialectical term for a bad thing that you don't want to name, so you use this term ajakpa. And that is what the earth is sitting on. And so is this creature benevolent? Is it malevolent? This is also something that people talked about in many different ways. That was contrasted sometimes to people saying that monks and educated people, this is a quote, say that the earthquake is caused by disturbances of water, fire, earth, and wind, the four constitutional elements of Tibetan cosmology. But that same person went on to say, but students refer to the science definition. Lots of other interesting examples that come out in relation to this kind of thinking. So there are, of course, lots of these fault lines in Nepal, and they exist, of course, not just at the level of Kathmandu, but also within local communities. Communities like Mustang that are going through massive social transitions in terms of out-migration, differences in generational ideas about the future of places, but that this also comes out in narratives that are connected to a Hindu cosmological idea of Kali Yuga, that we're in this moment of decline, of moral disintegration. There's a Tibetan analog for that term, Kali Yuga, and that people are bad, they're too greedy, they're too individualistic, that they're too focused on politics, they don't want to help each other. These are all the other kinds of narratives that are coming out about why this earthquake. So a 68-year-old man from Upper Mustang said, now people are very bad. They want good food. They don't want to work in the fields early in the morning. Instead, they waste their time on cleaning their faces and looking on their phones. Everybody wants to go abroad. Only old people are left in the village, etc., etc. So the earthquake becomes a way of talking about these ideas. Moving on to the next area that I want to touch on are the socioeconomic impacts. I mean, we all know in this room that there have been tremendous social and economic impacts, but I want to just hone in on a few from Mustang. The decline in tourism income, inflation in the cost of building materials and wage labor, of course, impacted by the blockade. Relationships or new kinds of relationships with old donors, as well as so NGOs, INGOs working in these areas, as well as governments. And then this issue of youth and non-resident re-engagement, which Geoff is mostly going to talk about, but I'll just sort of genuflect to here. This is a bridge I've gone over many, many times in Mustang, and you can see where it's at now. So one of the interesting things in terms of, and it connects to mental health issues actually, is that a lot of the interviews talk about debt and loss from the earthquakes that are causing them more immediate trouble in a sense than physical wounds, or even in certain cases the question of rebuilding their residence. So one person from Mustang said, though I didn't die in the earthquake, my situation is somewhere like a dead man now. If I couldn't repay my loan, then people will talk about a lot of my failures and all those unnecessary things. They will come and they will lock my door, and then I need to close my business. My life will be miserable. Another person saying, damage means there's no one here, so my business is totally lost. These are people who have come to Mustang to participate in the tourism industry. Many people coming from lowland Nepal to set up sweet shops and run jeep stands and do all the things that are part of the tourism infrastructure there. This is the ACAP check post in Lomantang for any of you who've been to Upper Mustang, and this is what it looks like now. People in Mustang, again, were generally less affected in terms of overall destruction. 2 villages had a huge amount of damage, but people who have invested so much in the infrastructure of tourism in Mustang have been severely impacted. One person saying, everyone has lost their business. I thought this year would be a good year because tourists were increased last year. I bought a lot of eatable water bottles and drinks, and now I can't sell any of these things. They all have expiration dates. You know, these kinds of cascading economic impacts. Inflation in Mustang, for lots of reasons, even before the earthquake, has been quite significant. But the cost of materials and, of course, transportation to a place like Mustang has become quite significant. And at the same time, because of outmigration, people don't have the labor in their own communities, for the most part, to do the rebuilding that is necessary. So they're hiring people to come in from outside to do that rebuilding. And that's a very expensive proposition, 800 to 1,000 rupees a day for one-wage labor, plus food, plus lodging, and of course, these are folks that are also already living in tents, plus alcohol in order to work. So significant costs to rebuilding a home or a business. The research team that I worked with, like a number of the other teams, were also at the same time dealing with seeing their villages, in some cases their own homes, destroyed, and also trying to muster their forms of resources to help in rebuilding. And that led to a whole range of interesting and difficult discussions with local government in Jomsom, as well as donors with whom people had established relationships. People talking about how they really needed to push the government, but they weren't sure who to turn to. In this village's case, there were some interesting dynamics around people who had resources actually rebuilt more, were able to start to rebuild, but then they did it before actually a government assessment officer showed up, and so they weren't counted as needing any assistance. Today, Mustang has actually been declared a damage-free district. And of course, it's not at all damage-free. I will defer to Geoff on this one, except for to say that this is also happening, that many young Mustangis have returned to Mustang to help raise money, to help work on different forms of reconstruction, including Team Mustang. 4 main types of things that emerged, again, as themes in health and well-being. One has to do with issues of post-trauma, broadly conceived. Talking to Tibetan doctors that I work with, this has to do with sleeplessness, anxiety, forms of depression, things that we would perhaps recognize as PTSD, but also a lot of other descriptions. Now I'm not thinking as before about the work or future planned. My mind became a little slow for thinking. And, you know, a lot of discussions about, I just am confused. I don't know what to do. How do I reckon this? We did not have fear like this before. Cold disorders in Tibetan medical understandings doesn't just mean what we're all suffering from here in the winter in Hanover, New Hampshire. It also has to do with physical embodiments of cold dynamics, including issues that might surface through the kidneys, problems from sleeping on the ground, issues related to respiratory problems, both from the cold weather, but also from the work of deconstruction. And then the ways that Tibetan and Mustangi understandings of health articulate around climate. And then there are these more hidden wounds, right? The vulnerability that comes from having to deconstruct your house and put all of your valuables out for everybody to see, and the kinds of jealousy and gossip and the dynamics that that can actually produce in a community. Oh, you have that? Oh, you know, and these are also the kinds of mental afflictions that were occurring. Interviews helped, actually, in some interesting ways. We also we worked with one Amshi, so we were able to bring Tibetan medical treatment to patients as we were collecting interviews. That's a whole other can of worms, if you will. But I will stop there. Yeah. Yeah. The mouse? No. So, yeah.
Okay, and is this mouse running? Where is it? Okay. Yeah, shut that. No. Okay, I don't need to use that. I can just go normal view. Okay, thank you, everybody. What a great crowd. It's a privilege to be here, and thank you, Ken and Sienna, for inviting us and allowing us to get this going. I'm going to shift the view now a little bit to the east of where Sienna was talking about the Nupri Valley. First of all, I want to acknowledge that we've got 3 straight panels here, the next one on social media and social entrepreneurs, and the following one on public health responses. I had the luxury of looking at the program and then building in some references to that to show how all of what we're doing has real implications for what these other the people in the other panels are doing, and vice versa. So, you know, again, to get a broader conversation going and not just look at our own project in isolation from these other events. But first of all, let's situate Nupri. It's in Gorkha district. It's right up there at the very top of Gorkha district. Like so many others, I was actually had a plane flight booked for the 30th of April to continue my ongoing research, and suddenly woke up on the 25th and was like, uh-oh, something's really bad happening. And making sense of it from afar was challenging, a lot less challenging than being there, certainly. But I love this quote from Sienna. She wrote in Savage Minds, a blog, "The internet has become a strange safety net, catching us as we fall into senses of connection," because Nupri was completely cut off, except for one phone that was just below an area that had been dammed, and everybody was afraid the lake was going to break and wipe out that phone, and one guy still had an internet connection. So the information trickled in so slowly, and it was really excruciating because, as you can see, Nupri is like 30 miles north of the epicenter. So I first learned that things have been pretty devastated through social media, but it all came in just too slowly. Now I want to show you a brief video here because these are 2 of our researchers. You know, one of the beauties of this project was we empowered these young people to go back to their villages to talk with their kin and their neighbors and their friends and to interact with them to gather this data, and it's fascinating. So Changchuk on the right there, she's been one of my research assistants on many projects, and Lakalama I didn't know before this project, but when I was there in November, I got the 2 of them together to talk about their experiences. So this will run for about 3 minutes, but it gives you an idea of, you know, their process of interacting with their fellow villagers.
아니 차상 강마다올루 만족한절로 로르규디 강라 아니 쿵지 나마 망시에 미디 세마 메와 아니 첩조다와 차와 나마 게 미가.
Anybody know how to get rid of that? Oh, okay.
This December tempo에는 제다지 길와 태워다 오당 아니 간라보다 미제들라 로덴데 메갑슬라 아니 알자리나 충어다오 주레 데네다오지 아니 중종 아니 완조디 다 삼더니 말아제니 아니 비 당이 알저니 주가슬라 남자게 안에 마세지 룩데와 아니 통성 아니 강바이나 룩데 다나다 강마 자상지 야라 저 투브즈 정도 아니 되네직 내절도 지금 마고 정도라
And Jedi Gangla, the meetings of the Digurd again. Amado made it that this tops up door the Nigurd Colasa, did around Gurdu. And also Sazang that the Togan Himala, the Dang to Jedi Gangla, Chichas and Lana, meetings of Mangsi, the earthquake or knowledge meaning. Because the earthquake lemon, Chichi or the Habugumina.
In Kiranso, the interview Langa drove to Consul Carisegre, the Gilsa Curry, Dunda Curry, Consul the Nesegre.
kasi dido mangja ganne lana nganjo ngama todi kapsala ni yul jigla lewa ina mi chasang ru ta nganjo desi jagi ya ngala na nganjo dinda dilale ni choba dene jigi nganjo data mau wala future reference ka lagi di de nganjo di pecha jana Nepal la lo gyejung la songul lewa ina nganjo lungma de la songul gi dinda la subala she mewa ji kimjen ji cha yang di kapsala dana di di nganjo lorki di shawa ina 마음발라 플람 딘낭시 마지 레와이나 다 부구 충분 차르데 건조다와라 운 레코드 다오지 라기레 라닝가 정갈라는 데시 잡비 갑자라 카시 카시지 라기도 망체다 고추기도 이나네 카시다 지다 lumba kugyore milay nemere 카시다 견저랑 지 떨럽 사지 지도 라이브 인도 닐라 고거다 인도 카시 드네 라기도 나 lumba라 리런디 갑서다 성물그 제라다 lumba 사상도 미그 처러와 질레 내가 솔라 아니 완전히 냠뉴니 가르들라네 삐 메시게 야고 질레선라 성물게 거다 아니 미게 기부 두부게 life happiness and sadness 디 처러와지다 디디 빼 맞아 야고 질레선라 아니 미 가시게 기부 여와 둠시게 가세 두부 여와 둠시게 아니 간저로 와시나라 이제 뒤지디 빼 야고 정자
Ni Shamadi answer the Chazang Jethadera, the Lumbadilla, the earthquake color, this knowledge detect over yesterday. Kanjilam Nanganzo Lumba, Ngadinganga, earthquake on Nangal Villa Yera. Hela the Shoklam, home meaning to Drona Gama Chakari like that. Also, the earthquake color knowledge, Michazang Laketang there. Earthquake on Nagani Jegore, Sajatong Walla Dread over it, then it left the Kangmada Chagimara, Consul Dread on Dala Gama Chaginam, then a sang with Mangche. So, the Sazang interview lend the Garichazana, Consul earthquake color knowledge, number 8, Latina.
Okay, that's just a brief snippet. Whoops, how do I get back to PowerPoint? Yeah. Okay. I'm not a Mac user, I apologize for my seeming incompetence. But the three themes that I just want to talk about very briefly here, one is wrecked and rebuilt. There's potentially an advantage to being marginalized in this situation, as I'll get to, because by the time I got back there in November, everything was rebuilt. There was no waiting around for some sort of assistance. People just got to it and rebuilt their houses to get their lives back to normal really quickly. The youth re-engagement has been pretty phenomenal to witness. And Kevin, actually, when he was talking about his experiences photographing in the aftermath, mentioned this as well. So it's a common theme that we're finding across areas of Nepal, but also some of the health impacts that I'll just touch upon briefly. Nupri escaped a lot of deaths, complete devastation of houses, but escaped a lot of deaths because of the way the houses are constructed. The stone walls fell outward, the wooden frames remained intact, and so this allowed a lot of people to survive. Nevertheless, there was a period of time here where in the aftermath they were sleeping in tents, and it was still pretty darn cold, and some of those tents weren't very good. So I was getting a lot of messages from people, get us tents, we're freezing up here, my kids are crying all night. So a lot of suffering in these temporary communities. But again, by the time I got up there in early November, everything was rebuilt. You only saw a few houses that still hadn't been rebuilt. And I think it's important to bear in mind the relationship between Nupri and the state here. Nupri became part of Nepal only in 1856, and it was ruled indirectly. There was a man of Takuri descent who was sent up there to be the tax collector and the judge for the area and to rule on behalf of the Kingdom of Nepal, and they've always been marginalized from the state. And so when I was asking, and talking with them about, well, what about these housing plans the government's proposing and the assistance, the general people had heard about it, but they said, why wait for something we know won't come? There was just, let's just get together, winter's coming, we gotta have a shelter. And so they rebuilt. It was pretty phenomenal to see, pretty impressive to see the reliance of people, and they did it all through labor exchange, which is a traditional way. You know, I go and help Ken today, he comes and helps me tomorrow, all done through traditional means of labor exchange. I just want to point out that schools are a different issue. These have not been rebuilt, and here's where earthquake-resistant designs are going to be implemented, and there's a lot of planning around that right now, which is great because that's very important. The unfortunate thing is that people's houses, if another earthquake strikes, they're going to fall down the way they did before, but hopefully without a lot of death, just a lot of disruption. Now, this earthquake has been an interesting catalyst for youths re-engaging with their natal communities. And there's a backstory to this that I've been studying for a while. If you look at the Newbury Valley, I first did my household surveys and reproductive surveys. I'm a demographic anthropologist, by the way, so I'm studying population processes. And lately I've been studying migration. So my household surveys here go back to 1997 when I covered this entire stretch of the valley. In more recent years, in 2012, in a project with Sienna and led by Cynthia Bell, we did the upper valleys, villages, and then in a 2013 project, I did the lower villages again. So now I've got longitudinal data at the household level of who's living where and so forth. And if you look at this comparison, there's just been a huge outflux of young people. This is people aged 10 to 19 living outside of their natal villages. You can see, especially with females, there's been an enormous increase. All the young people are flowing out of the villages, and you can see it in the structure of these villages. The way I've created this population pyramid, age group 0, 4, 5 to 9, and so forth, getting older up there, and the numbers of males and females. And as you notice, the dark are the people who are actually in the villages. The light is the people who are out of the villages. What we see is these huge chunks missing from the population. And they're all being sent to distant schools and monasteries in Kathmandu in India and even further afield for education. So there's been this outflow of young people from the villages, and I've been working with Namgyal Chudip, a former grad student of mine, to understand this process. So we've been interviewing parents about their rationales and children about their ambitions and their engagements with the villages. And prior to the earthquake, these were some of the questions that we were asking. You know, in what ways is migration affecting the fertility transition and long-term population projections, a demographic question? Well, now we have to rethink our questions. How does the earthquake affect migration, both in and out? Because now we've got a flow coming in that we hadn't anticipated, but is it short-term or is it long-term? We just don't know yet. These other questions that I've listed there, which are interesting questions, well, these are incredibly relevant in the context of the youth coming back and re-engaging with their natal villages in the form of relief. It's been really phenomenal to witness. And, you know, here's our 4 Newbury researchers out in the field taking their picture, you know, while they're doing this and posting it on social media as soon as they get a chance to do so. You know, it's interesting to see how that's become such a big part of their own public image is relief work. But the youth re-engagement that we're seeing, part of it, I think that our Earthquake Narratives project was really meaningful for these young people. I mean, the way they talk with it, I just spent a month with Chongchuk in Newbury, and the way she talks about it, it was just a really good experience, bonding with her fellow youths in this project, but also experiencing and being able to understand, you know, different people's viewpoints on what this earthquake means. But also that comment that Chongchuk made, it was very important to her. We're not just taking interviews. We're not just taking something from here. We actually had something to offer as educated youths. Very interesting. But also the youth initiatives that we're seeing using their language skills, social media, and connections to bring relief to rural villages. And one example of that was in days after the earthquake struck, the Tsum Newbury Relief Center started up. It was formed by some young people living in Kathmandu with education from Tsum and Newbury. Tsum's the next valley over, and they came together to try to coordinate. First of all, let's assess the damage. Now let's channel the relief to where it's needed. And you know, this is all this youth re-engagement. I'm just going to show just about a 1 minute from a video that they put out to show that it's not just that they're engaging with the village again, but they're putting it out there through social media, through their new skills in filmmaking and their interactions with larger audiences. So this one they made just Well, I think this came out in October. No, actually earlier than that. This film probably came out in about August.
बाह्र गतिको भूकम्प आएपछि हाम्रो माथि गाउँको केही खबर नआएपछि हामीले यहाँ काठमाडौँमा भएको युवाहरूले के निर्णय गर्यो भने हामी माथि आफ्नो गाउँमा गएर अनि माथिको के समस्या भएछ अनि 21 जनाको टोली लिएर हामी माथि गएका थियौँ
बाटो कस्तो लाग्छ पूर्व खतरा रहेछ
चुम लुब्री भन्ने ठाउँ चाहिँ काठमाडौँदेखि धेरै नै टाढा छ तपाईँलाई थाहा छँदैछ यो गोर्खा जिल्ला सदरमुकामबाटै 52 कोस टाढा छ गाडीबाट एक दिन तपाईँको 4-5 दिन हिँड्नुपर्छ महाविनाशकारी भूकम्प जसको केन्द्रबिन्दु बारपाक एकदमै नजिक
Okay, that's all that I wanted to show of that, just so you get an idea of what the types of youth engagement is happening and how they're using the social media to promote it. In one particular case, I've seen Nima Samdub go from, I've known this kid his entire life. Let's embarrass him and put out the snotty-nosed kid picture of him. But now he is a leading figure in the reconstruction of a school in his natal valley. So very briefly, just to touch upon it, there's all sorts of health implications that we're able to document through our own project, and that's what's so great about having Sienna, a medical anthropologist, with us, understanding Tibetan disease causation. But there was another NSF Rapid project that was on mental health, Steve Fulmar working in Lamjung. But also I've been engaged in this project, it's a physical anthropology project, asking about what's the association between adaptation to high altitude, mother's milk, and infant growth, where we're tracking growth and development of infants since 2013. New research question, did the earthquake affect infant growth and growth trajectories? If so, how? EA, my colleague, threw this together and just sent it a couple hours ago. The answer is yes. The young kids, and don't try to interpret it, it's a mess, but I didn't get the averages, but the young kids under 1 year old were heavier in 2013 compared to 2015. So we don't know why. Again, this is very preliminary data, but there's a lot of health impacts that are going to emerge from this as well, which brings me back to my final slide. It's great that we could have these three panels together because there's a lot of overlap and it introduces room for a broader dialogue and discussion. So thank you.
I'll just quickly introduce Giri, who is going to offer a few comments and open the floor then very briefly to question and answers.
Oh, here, I got it. There.
Thank you, Sienna. Hi, I'm so happy to be back here at Dartmouth after 2 years. My name is Giri, and I'm working on something called the Earthquake as a Narrative Event. I started work on it pretty recently. I'm not an anthropologist, not an ethnolinguist, and I'm going to offer a few pointers of my own with regard to, my own research on this. Hopefully, my hope is to frame this particular discussion in the context of what I'm working on. I hope there won't be too much of a disjunction. I'm not going to take a long time. We don't have a lot of time here. Anyway, I'm going to make some very general remarks. And the research is not actually based, it's not a scientific research, basically. It comes out of the background of narrative theory. And, we all know that, earthquake is a geological event, and there's not much to be said about it. It's so obvious that, that's how we think about an earthquake to begin with. But it turns out that, as you saw in the framing of this particular panel, it also turns out to be a narrative event. So narrating disaster. Yesterday we had another panel called representing disaster. Whenever we talk about something, representation, narration, storytelling, we are talking about these events in an entirely different frame, and that frame is what I'm going to comment on. And here are some thoughts I have about how these particular earthquakes that happened back in Nepal could be seen as narrative events. What do I mean by it? Well, it turns out that there are multiple narratives that are floating out there in the media universe. That's, I'm abstracting these ideas from out of my own experience of how the earthquakes were reported back in Nepal. I was there at the time. We went through all of that, personal lives, but also doing rescue work and so on. And one narrative that it occurs to me was quite prominent in the media, and it is still there, is what I call the narrative of plenitude or excess, too muchness. It turns out that, the event itself was, excessive in the sense that the tremors were unbearable. They were just simply too much. They were unexpected. This too muchness, excessive destruction of monuments, houses, towers, landmarks, and so on. And then resulting from those excesses of, the physical tremors themselves, but also the destruction, was the excess of human suffering. So this narrative continued right after the first earthquake up until the, I'm sure it is still there, this kind of story. But it was, to me, it was like the first narrative response to what was happening in the field. And, one thing that struck me at the time when I was, recollecting my own experience and thinking about it, it turns out that language itself came into pressure. It was just too much to handle, even from the linguistic point of view. There was a degree of failure built into it, using like etro, katro, tetro, esto, costo, testo, these almost like these, the kind of adjectives and adverbs that were being used to describe the event. And then the one line I remember frequently being talked about during the earthquake and in the aftermath was like, oh, ayo, 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 goyo, goyo, goyo. Bare minimum verbs out there just, testifying to the immeasurable impact it was having in the lives of people. So even language becomes, a response to, in its bare minimum, reportage, you see how the excessiveness of the event itself is being reflected. The photograph became a means of bearing witness. It was just simply too much to describe, so photograph becomes a sign. You have these blaring headlines, but just below the headlines you had these, huge, impactful photographs. How, language, even the narrative language collapses at the moment of, this different kind of, representation. And it was very interesting. It's not that photograph became a substitute, it just became another means of describing the event. And so I connect that to the plenitude of this plenitude narrative that was quite powerful in the aftermath of the earthquake. Narrative 2, I'm going to talk about very briefly, is just the opposite of it. In the wake of the excessiveness, the too muchness of what is going on in the field, you also had this narrative of lack or loss, which I see being very, very relevant to the discussion that we had, in our panel. The first loss to me was the loss of a lack of actionable information. There was, there were tremors everywhere. There were these events. There were these fatalities. There were these all, tragic events happening. And then what was in the midst of all that, what we were lacking was the actionable information. Where exactly are the victims buried? How do we find them out? How do we pull them out? So on one hand, there was too much information out there. On the other hand, there was too little of actionable information. And the big protagonist of this kind of narrative was the government that was missing the action. But again, it's a complicated narrative. I don't want to simplify it too much. Some parts of the government were on the scene, the police, the army, they were doing what they could to help. But the other part, the organizing part, the managing part, the reaching out part, the communicating part was in disarray, and it was missing in action. So the resources were missing, the planning was not there, the coordination was not there, the empathy was not there. Mind you that these narratives are abstracted from the media reports. This is not what I am, saying based on my own research. Basically, these are the stories that are going around, in the media universe. And lack of control over one's life and environment was another, bit of this kind of narrative. People were, feeling the loss of their own control over their destiny, their own control over what, how they would go about living their lives, but also help out the people who were suffering. So in this narrative, I see government as the main protagonist and the citizens probably victims or subjects of this, not only the force of nature, but also the subject of government not being there to help them in the hour of need. So this is the second narrative that I think has been quite prominent in this, reporting after the disaster. Narrative 3 is a little bit different. I'm still thinking about it quite a bit, and I would call it the narrative of transcendence. You see the access, you see the loss, and then almost out of that dichotomy emerges a third kind of the sublimated form of narrative, which is what I saw in the reporting around a charitable experience. Charity, especially coming from outside the country, and transcendence because it transcends the dichotomy, but also, the charity work that was being done internationally, but also nationally, was somehow coming from this place of nowhere. The government is always accountable to people, at least in theoretical terms. So there was, when people were complaining about the government, they had the right to complain because it was their government. So, they were not getting the type of help that they needed. But the charity was coming from nowhere. It was almost coming from this place of, the guard, the place of transcendence. So there are, these great institutions and organizations from abroad. Abroad is this non-place almost. I mean, where is it? I mean, lots of people have not seen it. Where is it coming from? So this kind of help was certainly coming from outside, and it was also being provided in the name of God, in the name of Savior, or in the name of humanity. So I see them almost like transcendental terms because the people were not really, being able to relate those terms to any degree of worldliness, to rootedness, to the place, to locality, and so on. And because this kind of help is normally unburdened by legal or constitutional responsibility, it was a form of quote-unquote pure help. So in the midst of their government lacking, their nature, the nature and the earth being unkind and excessive, here suddenly was this third place from out of which help was coming. So I'm taking these terms. Obviously, you could deconstruct this and root this into some kind of geopolitical realities. It's not like that is a non-place and this kind of help is any pure help. I mean, it's great to have that. But again, that was how the perception was being played out in the media. And then here you see, I mean, the protagonists here happen to be foreign governments that were helping the, people or the aid agencies and so on. And, so in this situation, the local government becomes a subject to help. I mean, the citizens are being reduced to subjects by their own lack of, government action or help. But then here, the citizen becomes the subject to help somebody whose identity becomes defined in terms of, what they are getting from outsiders. Is it a dynamic empowerment, empowerment, or does it disempower people? That's a different kind of game, but the empowerment would be the most obvious one. But you could always, explore these narratives further to see what was going on. So anyway, these are what you can call meta-narrative. This term comes out of, narrative research. These are repeated quite a few times, and they gain currency through cross-referencing and repetition. These are not coming out of any ground reality. These are almost like floating out there in the media sphere. So these narratives have informed the reporting of the events at the national, but also the global media. These are my very preliminary observations on the kind of narratives that have been, around in the wake of the disaster. Now, in the context of these three big narratives or stories, what is the state of play at the local ground level? Let's call them the small narrative, the petty narrative, and that is exactly what I see happening in your own research. When you go to, parts of Gorkha district or, Manang and interview people, their perceptions of what is happening around them, the perceptions of, what their own government is doing or not doing to help them out, Now we have a different window into a different set of reality. And then what stories are we getting to see here? That is what is of utmost interest to me. And what I see is that there is a degree of, if my categories have any truth value to them, I see a degree of interplay here, which is to say that in many of the things that we saw in your panels, the narrative of loss is quite prominent. For example, in that interview from Manang, this old woman is saying, oh, I lost my family, I lost my property, I lost everything, I don't have anything, even though she also looks very equanimous about it, very blissful. I mean, there is the narrative of loss, but there is a powerful presence in our own saying that actually says there is more transcendence than loss if you look at how that dynamic plays out. So you see, on one hand, there is a degree of acceptance to the reality of what has happened, and then everydayness that is, almost like, it's very blissful almost. So there's something like that I saw, but also these other narratives where, there is youth engagement on one side, which I will see on the side of hope, and then there's the story of loss. So there is almost like a dialectic going on between hope and loss that you see throughout these stories. So anyway, it looks like the media is more negative generally than how people are reporting these events from the, there is a degree of complexity at the ground level that seems to be missing from the, national reporting that was going on, because the reporting was basically the government is bad, it's not doing its job, it's not being on the scene, and then the nature is just excessive and unkind. So it's a victim narrative basically. That's what I feel like I read a lot about in Kathmandu media. So anyway, I'm not going to go into any of this because we don't have time. And now let's open the floor for questions to our panelists if we have time.
Yeah, so I understand it's 12:20, so for many of the students and all of that, I intend to. So why don't we take a moment to just pause if folks have to leave, and then very shortly we will be beginning, unfortunately, at 12:30, our next panel. But let's have one or two questions, but first do the transition, please, so we have minimal interruption during the question and answer.
Betsy, if you want to sit. Yeah.
Good job, Paul.
Oh, thank you, because there's like, too much stuff there.
Ken, yeah. So, question?
And then, just crossing that to come to the reality of your lives. I think that's what is very interesting.
Oh, great. So first of all, thank you for really outstanding presentations. Those were really terrific. One comment and then a question. The comment is, I did see a lot of similarity between what people who were interviewed were saying and when people here are interviewed and what they say when they've been hit by a tornado or some natural disaster. And that just translated to me to the connection of humanity. That not necessarily changed by culture, but just that sense of loss and grief. And then a kind of, I guess, a simple question for Professor Childs. I noticed in that first video that the man who was talking, and I assume it was in Nepalese, used the English words happiness and sadness. Are there no similar words in Nepalese that would have translated?
No, actually, he's speaking Nupri dialect Tibetan, and he said Kipo Dukbal, which is the Tibetan version of it. Then he said happiness and sadness in English. Kristine, as a linguist, is really interested in this because where is the code switching between languages occurring? We saw multiple places of that where he said the English word data, then he finished the sentence using Nepali.
Yeah.
After starting the sentence in in Tibetan. So there's all this, fascinating, and that's something Kristine can comment on. The code switching that's going on is really interesting.
Okay, one more question. Maybe one more.
Hello. So my question involves the fact that you mentioned, or you rather called the earthquake kind of a catalyst for youth re-engagement. I think a lot of you mentioned that like some of your researchers were from the places you were conducting research, and you talked about the youths who came back to their natal villages. But I'm wondering, first off, like what percentage of young people actually engaged with their villages in that way? Like, was it really like that many people, or, is it just the ones that we see because they were posting on social media? And then also, like if they viewed it as a long-term re-engagement, or was it just like, oh, like, you know, this was the one activity that happened when we did the earthquake, or is it something that will now kind of have a more long-term impact on their lives?
Well, the first question, it's impossible to tell because there's no way to get data on how many actually engaged in it. But certainly it was, and it varied by region, but for, you know, why don't you comment first of all on how many you were seeing up in Mustang?
Yeah, in Mustang, 2 whole villages were destroyed. Basically, all the houses in the village needed to be rebuilt, and the efforts to do that rebuilding were done very much in combination with youth who live outside of the village and have lived outside of the village for quite some time, and people still living back in Mustang. I don't think that the rebuilding would have happened, or definitely not in the same way, had there not been that back and forth engagement and connections outside.
Mm-hmm. In terms of if it's long-term or short-term, again, that's something I'm interested in tracking over time, because it is getting them engaged in a very deep way short-term. Will that translate into long-term? That's a really interesting question.
Do you have any predictions?
Boy, you know, as a demographer, we project populations, but we like to make a distinction between a projection and a prediction. This is what we think will happen. We're not saying this is what will happen. And in this one, I'm a little bit pessimistic that it's short term.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
We have to remember, too, this earthquake didn't happen in a social or political vacuum or economic vacuum in Nepal. Since the earthquake, there have been a number of other huge challenges that also may interfere with people's good intentions or their long-term plans. So the situation is just so changeable there, you know, like it would be kind of anywhere, that in Manang, there is a Manang Youth Society, which has gone from strength to strength or passion to passion. It's very active right now, but also I imagine a lot of people who are interested also have pulling kind of competing wishes, intentions, and desires about how they see themselves and their immediate family in the kind of problems that are going on after the earthquake. So.
One more question, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the wonderful panel. I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the idea of trauma that Sienna, you brought up, and how do we really think about those interviews as a kind of first-line therapeutic moment? And also, very relatedly, how does the possibility of recurrence and living on at the site of disaster push us to rethink how we generally think about trauma as a post-traumatic category in the West? Yeah.
I mean, a quick way of answering your question is I think it's a great question that we need to continue to explore. I didn't go into it so much in the short presentation, but you know, the folks that I was working with on this team, one of whom is trained as a Tibetan doctor, spoke very much about the way, and the others did too, about just the act of talking being something that people were initially a little wary to do in some cases, but as soon as they started to talk, they got to the end of the experience and said, wow, it was really good to talk. So there are kind of 2 recurrences that are potentially going on there. One is, what does it mean to keep asking people those questions? And that's a part of the debrief process with our research collaborators that I think is rich in terms of that word. What does it mean to keep hearing people's stories over and over again, as well as absorbing your own and your own families? But I'm also very interested in, you know, again, the question of rebuilding, reusing, the vulnerabilities that come from deconstruction, and how that gets reconstituted in a new house, for example. So still thinking about all that stuff.
Our next panel will begin, social media and social entrepreneurship.
You have time to stretch.
Yeah, stretch, get your blood flowing. Yes, please.
Okay. Are we connected to this computer, or do you want on this one?
The desktop here. Make sure this is saved on this. Okay, thank you for your patience. We'll get started now. This is the panel on social media and social entrepreneurship, and I'd like to introduce Professor Laurie Loeb, who's a faculty member here at Dartmouth in computer sciences. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to this panel on social media and social entrepreneurship in response to the Nepal earthquakes. So I wanted to take just a moment. I'm going to introduce the panelists, but I also wanted to talk about what social media and social entrepreneurship is. So social media, when we think of social media, we often think of Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, but I think you can think about social media a lot more broadly. So think of it as any sort of a way of creating a network of people, whether with technology or otherwise, that helps people communicate more effectively, share information and ideas, and create a sense of community amongst each other. And then when we think about social entrepreneurship, the word social was put before the word entrepreneurship back in 1980 by Bill Drayton, who was the founder of the Ashoka Foundation. And the concept of social entrepreneurship really means taking business concepts and merging them with innovation in order to solve all sorts of societal problems. And so you might think about, with a business, the concept is around, you judge the success of a business by its financial value, how much money it makes or brings into its shareholders, for example. But with a social entrepreneurship, you're judging it by that and also by the impact on society itself. How much value is this company bringing to society? How can we look at that impact and that positive effect as part of the way of rating whether this is a successful social entrepreneurship? And that's equally as important, or sometimes even more important, than the financial piece. So those are the definitions that I throw out there. Maybe the panelists will have some others that they'll add or change or have some differences with that, but I thought I would sort of frame it that way because we use these terms and sometimes we don't ever talk about what the heck they mean. So the panelists today, we have 4 really wonderful people who are going to speak, and I'm hoping that we'll have time at the end for a good panel discussion and question and answer. So we're going to start with Max von Hippel, who is from the Dartmouth class of 2019. And then next will be Ravi Kumar, who is from codefornepal.org. And third, we have Austin Lord, who's an alum from the Dartmouth class of 2006. He's an anthropologist and visual ethnographer and he runs the Yale Himalaya initiative. And then, last but not least, is Kevin Dubrisky. He's a professor of photography and the co-director of documentary studies program at Green Mountain College. So, without further ado, let's welcome Max von Hippel. Thanks.
Hi. So the most thrilling part is always seeing whether or not the coder can get his presentation to work. So I'm speaking about developing technology for the developing world. I'm Max von Hippel. I'm a 2019, and I'm from Anchorage, Alaska. I know almost nothing about Nepal, so it may seem strange that I'm here talking about Nepal, but I'm specifically going to be talking about how people who know almost nothing about places like Nepal can hopefully do things that are useful. So I make apps for fun. Is it too bad? So I made this app called Chetawani. Chetawani, I'm told, means something along the lines of danger or warning. My friend who's Nepalese told me that that was a name I should choose, so I did. And what happened was that it was final season. I was doing the international baccalaureate, and so I was faced with a choice to either study or to do something else. And somehow I ended up coding instead of studying. And my scores were not as great as they could have been, but I made this great app instead. And basically, Chetawani was a collection in kind of the Web 1.0 sense of the word, a web portal full of links to different resources that other people had made. I found that there were all these very interesting things I was reading about that people were making, but people on the ground in Nepal who I talked to online did not know about them. And so I tried to put them all together into one place. So the majority of the tools in here are not things that I made, but rather I found them and I curated them into an easy-to-use interface. The biggest deal for most people who use the app was this, the OpenStreetMaps supported Kathmandu Living Labs map, which provided a lot of very interesting material. Basically, anybody on the ground could submit information to the map, and it could be anything from there is free medical supplies in this location to this bridge is broken and we need help, and then other people could see it. And there was also an RSS component to this where you could get sort of a real-time daily update on everything that had been added to the map. And RSS is a very cool protocol that's very fast, and so it can work on very, I guess, low-speed internet connections. So that existed online, but people were not really using it, I think, as much as maybe they could have. And so by simply adding it to the app, I brought many thousands of extra users to the site. Also, my friend Kripa, who helped me make the app, went to school with me. She made a Facebook page called Nepal Earthquake 2015, where she got around a little under 5,000 followers. Those were all almost instantaneous. I think she's gotten like 5 in the last month, but almost everything was within the first couple weeks after the earthquake. And so what she was doing was that she organized with friends on the ground in Nepal who would coordinate to figure out whether or not news stories that came out were true. And apparently there was a lot of news stories coming out, and some of them were maybe not completely factually valid, and so she would have her friends go and speak to people mentioned in the stories to try and confirm that these were actual events. And so I implemented an RSS feed from a Tumblr that was hacked to repost everything from the Facebook page, and managed to create a sort of shoddy connection whereby validated news stories would show up within my app. I also added Project Sparrow, which was this thing by the Sparrow telecom company, where you could text the word help and what you needed and where you were to a certain number, and somebody would go and help you to the best that the organization was capable of. Also, I spoke with people at various organizations on the ground and asked what hashtags they wanted people to be using, what accounts they should be tweeting at, Facebooking at, et cetera, and sort of added guidelines within the app to help people do that. It was very successful along traditional metrics. So looking at the download data, it got almost 9,000 downloads. I still get downloads every day, which is very exciting. I made no money off of it. It's a completely free app. But it's difficult to see what this means in terms of actual success of an app. So first of all, the data on the quantity of downloads is for every download, but in terms of actual usage, that's only opt-in. So when you have an iPhone, you have to say, I opt in to allow developers to see my data, and most people don't do that. Enough people do that I can get sort of a rough coverage of percentages, so I can see that most of the downloads are in Nepal and then next United States, et cetera. But again, when I'm looking at things like how long people use the app, what do they use it for, which pages are they on most of the time, those types of analytics have really helped me drive what features I should further develop. It's only a limited view. There are also a lot of other problems with this. So for example, it's only for iPhone. Obviously, that's a huge barrier of entry. Now, I unfortunately don't know how to code apps for other platforms. If I did, I certainly would have gone with Android or something, and that's something I want to work on in the future. The biggest barrier for me, though, was simply that I did not know what to put in an app. I knew that I have this coding skill. I've been coding recreationally since I was 14. I could make something, but I don't necessarily know what would be useful, right? I think this is probably one of the biggest challenges faced by people who want to volunteer or want to help, is that you don't know how to help. So I thought about it for a long time, talked to a lot of people, and I ultimately decided to simply sit down with Nepalese friends, because I was lucky enough to go to this crazy international school in Costa Rica where there were multiple Nepalese people, and ask them if they could have an app that could do anything, what features would be useful. And so they made this very long list with me, and I did research and figured out from that list what things were plausible for me to implement in a reasonable amount of time. And it was important to me that I get the app out as quickly as possible. I thought that there'd be hugely diminishing marginal returns over time in terms of the utility of the thing. And so I tried to figure out what things were possible that they wanted, but I did not come up with my own ideas and implement them. So that was very successful for me, but I still, even then, had a lot of issues. So One thing is that the internet connection is not that good. We don't have great metrics on internet usage in Nepal. There were metrics published, I believe, in 2004 that said that there's about 80% telecom penetration in Nepal, and maybe a little bit under 30% of Nepalese people have some access somehow to the internet. That was in 2004. Things have improved to some extent since then. There was an app that was quite popular in Nepal that managed to analytically show that probably is more around 35% of people now in Nepal have some access to a smartphone, not necessarily owning a smartphone, but can talk to somebody who has a smartphone or otherwise coordinate. But again, that's a huge issue. Another thing is speed. The modern protocols that we use for getting information and sending information over the internet were not developed for Nepal. They were developed for a laboratory in California or for Dartmouth College. And so when, for example, I use the Apple method for getting information and putting it on a map, it downloads all the pins and then it puts them all on a map. And that is very inefficient, and it's not very useful. It would be much more useful to check how fast is my connection. If it's not fast enough to get all the pins, why don't I get about a third of them randomly checked so that I have a good distribution, and then as I get them, I'm putting them on the map so that I'm amortizing the time. So there's things like that that really need to be changed in how it's coded for a different demographic. I was also a little bit put off by the way that the KLL map was built. They built it very quickly. They did an amazing job. I could not have ever done a better job in that amount of time. But I think that moving forward, if I try to make maps like that in the future, there are features that I think would be very important. For example, filtering. You could not really easily filter what type of data you were looking at when you looked at the map. You would just see data. And so when people input data, I think it's important that you say, for example, this is a resource, or this is a group that's working, or this is a problem that needs to be fixed. And that way people can more easily find what they need to find. There's a huge amount of data. It was slow to load, and then people often thought it was a cool project, but people on the ground told me they didn't end up using it that much because it was just inefficient computationally, and it was hard to find what you were looking for. There's a lot of other issues that come with building apps, and one of the most integral ones is literacy. Now, on a very basic level, there's simple literacy, being able to read. My first ever app project was something I never should have been chosen to do, but I made an app for the people of Groote Island in Australia, an indigenous population. I was working for the biologist Robert Trivers, and this was an ambulatory assessment app to try and figure out something about cognitive faculties being impaired by some contaminants that come from the process of mining batteries. And they could not read or write. And so I had to make all the symbols be symbols, and they had to be symbols that they could understand. So I would go and ask them, what is a symbol to you that means happy? What is a symbol to you that means sad? Now, I did not have the resource to go to Nepal and ask people these questions. And so there's a relatively low, by US standards, literacy rate in Nepal. There's also a very low tech literacy rate. So not only was it difficult for me because I can't really assume that anyone can read or write. I can't assume anyone can read or write in English, let alone read or write. Not only that, but I can't assume that my symbols make any sense to a user in Nepal. When I draw a smiley face, does that mean happy to a person in Nepal, or is it a weird circle that has like a half moon and a couple dots? And the other issue is that because of the nature of the school I was in, while I didn't know Nepalese people, they were not necessarily representative of the average person in Nepal. They were kind of the elite academically and to some extent, in some cases financially, of the society. So they could not really tell me what would make sense to Nepalese people. So that was definitely an issue that I don't think I really managed to fully overcome. It's something I'm still trying to figure out. But the biggest thing for me has been online communities. So there are all these amazing ways you can get information from people in other places. The biggest one for me is Stack Exchange. Stack Exchange is, in my opinion, the coolest internet on the entire the coolest website on the entire internet. And basically, anyone can ask a question, and anyone else can answer, and you upvote or downvote or accept answers. Now, Stack Exchange has sub-websites for different topics. Like there's a Stack Exchange for mathematics, there's one for philosophy, one for English grammar, and there's one for coding. So I used Stack Exchange a lot to get information on how to make my code more efficient. Another thing that was very useful was Facebook groups. I happen to be lucky enough to be a graduate of the United World College of Costa Rica, and as a UWC alum, I was able to get in touch with other UWC people. And UWC people are kind of quirky and weird, but they were very useful. So I managed to use all these different platforms to get interesting information. Definitely encourage people to do that. And now I'm working on a new project which hopefully will take all this into account and be much more efficient and useful to people. So, thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be at Dartmouth College for the first time. It's a beautiful campus, and people are very welcoming. Thank you, Ken, for inviting me. My name is Ravi Kumar, and I live and work and have my day job in Washington, D.C., but I'm here to talk about Code for Nepal and what Code for Nepal did during the earthquake. I think this is the mic. Okay. Thank you so much. Maybe I should repeat myself again, but I think there are people in the overflow room. So my name is Ravi Kumar. I live and work in Washington, D.C. at the World Bank, but I'm here as a co-founder of Code for Nepal to talk about ICT, social media during the relief process after the earthquake. Today I'm going to talk about two things. One is how we use social media to crowdsource information and disseminate them, so in a hope to help people. And then more recently, how we're using ICT to gather feedback, whether to show relief has been efficient and equitable. On April 25, that Saturday, sad morning, when I woke up in New York, there were a lot of people who tweeted at me and sent me Facebook messages asking me whether my friends and family were okay. And so, like many people, I tried to find out what happened in Nepal. And there was a devastating earthquake. We knew this for years to come, and so I was very nervous. And like everybody else, I tried to figure out if my folks were okay. So I tried to contact my family via phone. I could not. Via Viber text message, I figured out that they were okay. So the next thing I did was try to figure out, what were other resources that could potentially help people. I found out that Google India had launched this People Finder. And so I tried to disseminate that with other folks in a hope that it will help people. Very soon we also found out that Viber had enabled anyone from Nepal to call for free within Nepal or outside Nepal, and that is a big, big help. As I tried to look for resources in the first 36 to 72 hours, I realized that most of the resources were concentrated or related to Kathmandu. Now that can only be natural. Kathmandu is the largest metropole in the country and the capital. It has also the highest concentration of young people. And so you find a lot of these resources on the internet around Kathmandu. But we do know that the epicenter of the earthquake was somewhere else. So one of the things I wanted to do was figure out how we could help gather, curate resources that could help a whole lot of people, not just in Kathmandu area, but also outside. I wanted to come up with a really low-tech solutions because, internet is, I guess, really terrible in Nepal, especially outside Kathmandu. So I created this Google document and organized information based on locations. I targeted some of the districts that were really badly hit, including Kathmandu area. And I put on social media and asked people to add more resources. On the top of the document, there were two brief sentences about what this document is about and how it's going to help people. And then also people who could help, how they could use this document. Then after I shared this document on social media, thousands of people started to share it among their network. Hundreds contributed within the first 72 hours or so. I was frankly overwhelmed. I have put my Viber number there, and there are a lot of calls coming in. And think about this. I'm this one guy who doesn't have a whole lot of network at that time, but I'm just getting calls. And I could not sleep because we have a devastation in my home country, and I also have a day job. So I try to stay up. I don't drink coffee, but I started drinking coffee at that time. Now, we formed a core team from Code for Nepal who we were trying to verify information. The people who entered information, we were calling them to make sure the document is relevant and up to date. Also, there are people who are calling us for help. And one of the calls I got was a lady from Virginia. Her relative was trapped 35 kilometers away from Kathmandu. And luckily, in that document, there are hundreds of people who had offered to help, and they told us they are in certain locations. So we tried to call them up and figure out how to deploy those resources. We also heard there were a lot of rumors in Nepal. And as I think Sienna and others talked about earlier, that there were people who were thinking there was going to be other earthquake coming in. And there were some cool people talking about that how NASA is predicting about another earthquake. So we decided to do Facebook paid marketing and really to geo-target Nepal in a hope to dispel some of those rumors. And as the other thing was, there was no data available on the extent of the damage at that time. Luckily, the government of Nepal had released data, its first one. And I remember at 3 a.m., I looked at the data. It was in a Nepali and in a PDF. Now, that's not going to be useful for a whole lot of people who are using the internet at that time. I translated the data into English, put it on a Google Doc, and combined that data with the census poverty rates and literacy rates, and published it. And everything we do at Code for Nepal is open and machine readable and for anybody to use. I put it up in a hope to help other folks and policymakers and relief so that they can use it to disseminate relief. Once the immediate relief phased into longer term relief and reconstruction process, we are a very small nonprofit and we were trying to figure out what we could do to help, where is a gap. And in August of 2015, we launched Rahat Payo. Rahat Payo is a Nepali phrase. It translates directly into did you get relief? And what we are doing is we're using Kobo, a survey tool created by Harvard, to go into remote places and survey people to figure out whether this relief and reconstruction process has been efficient and equitable. And over the long run, we want to gather that data and put it public. So we are already doing it. So far, we have surveyed over 1,400 people. The first pilot project we did was we sent a group of 8 surveyors in our 5 districts in 40 locations, and we tried to randomize it. While it's not a scientific study, we surveyed more than 700 people at that time. Over 80% of the respondents said they did get some form of relief, but they had to wait over more than 8 days. Now, you know that young people, especially in Nepal and around the world, did a tremendous work to help. But we also know that if help hasn't reached within the first 36 or 72 hours, there is going to be a lot of damage. And so the data gives us some sense that how a lot of people had to wait. More recently, we sent a group of 4 surveyors in Bar Park, the epicenter of the earthquake, and we surveyed about 9% of the population. Bar Park has received a lot of attention and a lot of help. So over 90% of the population said, folks who responded said they did get some form of relief and within the first 2 months. But even today, given that virtually everybody lost or their houses were destroyed, they still live in temporary shelters as temperatures drop below 0 Celsius degrees. And so that's a tragic thing. It's been after 9 months. I think I have 5 minutes. I'm going to wrap it up. All of the data we are gathering, we are making it public, machine-readable format. We are working with some partners in hope that it will guide their relief and reconstruction process. There is a lot of opportunity to gather information using ICT, but information alone is not enough. We really need strong and agile institutions that can accelerate relief and reconstruction process. Now, there are 2 things I want to say. One, some of the lessons is that after any disaster, there is chaos virtually. And so you really have to step back and try to figure out where the gaps are, what you can do, what's not being done. And so try to help manage the chaos. You'll make mistakes, and so try to correct them publicly. And if a disaster is close to your heart and home, you gotta stay focused because it's going to take us, I don't know, maybe 9 years, maybe in a Nepali time, 9 years. It's just not 9 years. When I told my team that I'm going to share our experiences as some of the smart people at Dartmouth, they told me that, look, you know what? You can tell them that they can help us. because we just launched this pilot project to figure out, to increase transparency and accountability. So we are looking for developers, data analysts, mappers and marketers and thinkers and doers. We are looking for resources to partnership, to integrate this SMS, and we are looking for partnerships and funds. Look, if you don't remember anything, remember this. My name is Ravi Kumar. On Google, you can find me Ravi Nepal. My email is ravi@codefornepal.org, and my Twitter is Ravi Nepal. I hope you contact me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Max, and thank you, Ravi. Brilliant presentations. And while we were sitting there, Austin said to me, "I feel so old." I said, "Austin, imagine how I feel." We're so technology driven now, and the idea is to use this technology in socially responsible ways to enlarge the awareness of huge numbers of people globally. That's what I try and do as a photographer. I just want to say thank you again, Ken, for putting this all together, and for Sienna and for Dartmouth and the Dickey Center. I work in the visual media. I'm a photographer. I got to speak with Jim Nakwe yesterday, and Jim Nakwe talked about being an analog person. And I'm an analog person who's trying to catch up into being a digital person as well. So I've become very active, mainly through some encouragement from my students at Green Mountain College and my kids, to get on board with Instagram, Facebook, and other kinds of social media. And I find that if I'm in a small town in Vermont on a cold winter afternoon, through Facebook and Instagram, I have this incredible sense of connection with people all over the world. And I learn, it doesn't just reinforce what I know, but it brings me into worlds that I have no clue about. I'm going to social media is many things. I think that social media was also cave paintings in the Neolithic era, when people would put on the wall a drawing of the hunt and the great victory over the animal and how they sustained and fed their families. That was social media. If you go to Notre Dame in Paris, that's social media as well, spreading the word of the divine through great and beautiful art. Music is social media. And so what's happened is the social media now, the landscape is very electronic. And for people of my vintage, we have to get on board so that we can continue to be in the conversation. The wonderful thing that happened in Kathmandu for me was being invited by Nayantara Gurung Kakshapati and the whole crew at Photo Circle and at Photo Kathmandu to participate in the first ever in Nepal International Photography Festival. There were 18 exhibitions. There were visitors from all around the world. And what happened was they all brought their artwork to Patan. And so Patan, Durbar Square, the little alleys of Patan, the Momo shop, every place had photography on view. And all of a sudden, everyone from the elderly walking through town to the littlest kids were able to have access to art. They didn't have to buy a ticket to go into a museum. It was there for everybody. You couldn't avoid it, actually. I know I've, at times in my life, been turned away from a museum because I didn't have enough money in my pocket, or I wasn't dressed well enough to feel like I could cross the threshold into that space. And so I'm going to show you a very quick clip of what was going on. This is my own work, photographs from the 1980s. I shot with a view camera, analog, black and white, sheets of film, black cloth over my head, working on a tripod in Gorkha, in Nupri, in northern Gorkha, in Nuwakot, and in Raswa districts, and in Kathmandu Valley. And then through Photo Circle and the Nepal Photo Project, they brought these images to the public, along, as I said, with 17 other public exhibitions. But I just want to play this because you get a sense of social media in a different form. And I hope there's audio.
You have to click the audio of the X thing at the lower,
Lower left.
Lower right.
Okay.
You're very close to it.
Oh, there. Oh, I'm going to let you handle that, Lori.
आफूले लाइफमा नदेख्ने चिज पनि देख्न पाइयो है यसलाई भन्ने हो एउटा कलेक्सन जसले गर्यो उसलाई धन्यवाद दिनुपर्छ है
एकदम राम्रो लागिरहेको छ मलाई अब एउटा ऐतिहासिक हो अब मान्छेले अहिले हेर्छु भनेर पनि हेर्न नसकिने
एक्ज्याक्टली भन्नुपर्दा चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ के इन्ट्रेस्टिङ लागेको थियो जस्तो मैले अहिलेसम्म होइन कति फ्याक्टरी हेर्न पाएको थिएन नि त आफ्नै कन्ट्रीको आफ्नै प्लेसेसहरूको हुन्छ नि त जस्तै अब स्वयम्भूनाथ होइन पहिला कस्तो थियो त्यो पोर्टफोलियोहरू पनि राम्रोसँग हेर्न पाएको थिएन यस्तो टाइपको जस्तै यो पोर्टफोलियोहरू चाहिँ अझै भयो भने अझै इन्ट्रेस्टिङली होइन अरू अरू ठाउँ पनि हेर्न पाइन्छ सो बेसिकली आई लाइक दिस
So on the Photo Kathmandu website and blog, there's countless blog postings, really interesting, taking you into aspects of each artist's work, each photographer's work, and this is really vital and wonderful way to bring people together. My work, I was working in the 1980s as a photographer. I continue to do new work. But what I find is people like Austin Lord and Nepalis of Austin's age and younger look back at the work I did in the 1980s and they say, this is a Nepal we don't know. We don't even recognize this. It was a time when you could set up a tripod on the streets of Kathmandu, Patan, or Bhaktapur and not worry about a thing. Maybe a water buffalo, or maybe people curious saying, shooting. But you didn't have to worry about, blocking off traffic on the road. I'm going to jump now with Lori's help to a PowerPoint that's all ready to go, and it's brief, and I'll run you through it quickly. But it's a series of photos I did in November as an invited guest at the photo festival, and what I show is the idea of how not only the earthquakes impact on Kathmandu and Nepal, but also, yeah, that's it. We can just go full screen.
It is full screen.
Oh, okay. And, okay. And so I came up with this title, Post-Earthquake, Aftershock to Oil Shock. And what I realized is that on top of the earthquake tragedy, there was the border closure due, again, to all kinds of problems with the Constitution and with the lack of representation of all the ethnic minorities of Nepal and social groupings. And so just walking the streets, I'd just come out of an interview at the Nepali TV station, and I start walking through my old neighborhood, what's called Chhatrapati, on the west side of Kathmandu. And it used to be just a quiet neighborhood with rice fields everywhere. And now I'm walking down this 3-lane wide industrial street with 6-story industrial buildings all along it. And then on top of that, there's this almost half a mile long of people lined up with their jugs for kerosene. And they told me they'd been waiting as long as 48 hours, 24, 36, 48 hours to fill these small containers. And then what I tried to do is gather sources from different media, Nepali Times as well as Indian media, to see how different perspectives were looking at the same story. And I realized that without social media, I was always going to one source for all of my news about Nepal. And then all of a sudden I realized that everyone has a voice now, and there are all kinds of ways of looking at these stories. And so this is just a sequence of images that I made of the incredibly long petrol line, cooking kerosene line. At this time in early November during the blockade, it would be a mile-long line of vehicles, bumper to bumper. You could see it in different regions of the Kathmandu Valley. The same kind of long lines, half a mile to a mile long lines of motorcycles lined up, not bumper to bumper, but side by side. You could go all the way from Pulchok into downtown Old Patan Durbar Square and see one continuous line of motorcycles lined up. So another thing that I noticed is social media and social entrepreneurship, that the Bodhnath stupa was damaged, and so this was the day they were putting in a brand new tree of life into the stupa and relocating all the relics of the stupa. And so again, you have women deep in prayer, old men prostrating deep in prayer, and then you've got other people, young people, grabbing the images and sending it out on their Twitter feed and on their social media feed. So you have this incredible clash of old and new worlds right there at the ancient stupa of Bodhnath. And as I mentioned in the talk yesterday, in Dhaka, the Bangladesh, rickshaw drivers have smartphones. In Kathmandu and all throughout Nepal, people have smartphones of all economic status as well. I threw this in there because I just love what's going on. This is after the ceremony, and you've got this kind of the reclining Buddha on the mattress there, and the security guard and the monks on their smartphone, and then the pigeons flying through as well. This is just a picture of what Patan was having so much fun. And a lot of the fun was little kids going to public screenings of images in the evening. And some of the images were, a little risque for the regular traditional Newari society. But it was a thrill. It was a thrill to bring the community out with art as the focal point. And not just art, but documentary. So this is how Nayantara and Bhushan put up my show right on the public street, right in the UNESCO heritage site of Patan Durbar Square. And so I climbed up on top of the palace. There's a scaffolding because it's under construction, and I was able to grab these images. But I want to jump ahead, and then the French couple that runs Cozy Nepal, they photographed all the locals of the Swota area and then put this wall, this beautiful Facebook wall of all the members of the community. And it's things like this, even though it was only for a week, that it transformed the community. This was the best thing that had happened. It was all about culture and bringing people alive, bringing things back to life and saying we care. And then I went out to Bhaktapur thinking, well, I've got a free day. I'm just going to go out and see what I see. And I turned the corner and there were 18 families, 60 people living in this one place called Tripuar Sundari. And it was a place I would just walk by, but I noticed that it was kind of interesting. There were a few people there. May I come in? Yes. May I photograph? Yes. I ended up spending 4 hours there. Everybody wanted to be photographed. Everybody not only wanted to be photographed, but they wanted their name written down. And then if their kids were at school, if their husband or wife was at work, they said, they're also living here. There's 60 of us living here without any resources from anyone. They're burning the wood from their fallen houses to cook their food. Other people in Kathmandu at this time were literally burning garbage, burning plastic and garbage outdoors to cook their food. And so I spent that day in Bhaktapur, 4 hours, just photographing everyone who lives in this temporary shelter. And as I said, if the kids were at school, the mothers and fathers were giving me the names of their kids and their ages and what grade they studied in. And so by showing you these images, this is social media. They're being given voice. And I think that Jim Nakwe, myself, other documentary photographers, we work with particular specific information of the data embedded in individual photographs, whether it's analog or whether it's digital. And I have an Instagram feed every day. When I was in Nepal, I post a photo, and I've learned from my friend Reddy Roy, who is Afro-Caribbean and photographs Bed-Stuy. Every picture has a caption, a long caption. And so I've learned that it's not just the photo, but I have to mention that Manju Baidya is there with 9 family members on that one gundri, in that one corner of the shelter shared with 60 other families. Krishna Bhakta Danyaku, Krishna Devi Napit and her husband Amir, Mangal Narayan Kaiti and Sitamaya Kaiti, Kripu Karmachari, and then I'm going to end it here with Jitan Karka, who has a great Facebook page. I just met him on the street in Bungamati, and then wow, he's using social media, and he's not just the fellow under the hard hat in Bungamati. Thank you.
mind to switch to my laptop? Well, first I'd like to say it's fantastic to be back here at Dartmouth. Yes, Kevin correctly quoted me. I do feel a bit older than I was when I graduated as an undergraduate in 2006. And hearing about the work that someone like Max is doing is quite amazing. I'd like to say that I was thinking about things on the scale that he is, at the level, or the speed when I was here. I don't think that's quite true. Another thing I'd like to just quickly, oh, that was the wrong button. That I'd like to quickly correct is, unfortunately, I am not the director of the Yale Himalaya Initiative. Those people are my teachers. I can mention one great example. I'm the director of Rasu Relief, which is a volunteer humanitarian initiative. Mark Turin, who was the director of the Yale Himalaya Initiative when I was a master's student at Yale, created an intervention is perhaps one of the most apt examples of social media and social entrepreneurship, period. In the wake of the earthquake, they translated the Facebook, Mark and his team translated the Facebook Mark Safe function into Nepali and immediately tripled its effectiveness. And that's a place I'd like to start with, because the point of why social media is important in the context of Nepal, and I'm going to keep making the argument that this is something new under the sun, and it's a specific moment in history, it's because Nepalis are on Facebook. It's because of the way that Nepalis are engaging with these tools. We've seen this already in some of the remarks this morning, and it's extremely important. Another thing I'd like to say, speaking of Nepalis, my wife just Viber messaged me and said that she's watching the YouTube live stream from Dolaka. So it's working, Sienna and Craig. There's some themes I'd just like to throw out there at the beginning as prompts. I won't do a lot of theory. I'm actually going to go quite fast, for which I apologize, but there's so much to cover. Narrations are important. The velocity of message and image is important. Affected, meaning affect, a type of disaster response that expresses affect within certain communities is important. Activism is important. I've been asked, am I an activist anthropologist? Am I a researcher who's also an activist? There's been many critical and uncritical discussions of this kind of thing. I'm still not sure. Social scale, the way that social media and social entrepreneurship manufactures new scales and new scale-making projects that articulate with others and become more powerful as a result. Disruption and resilience are twin themes. Social scientists as entrepreneurs, we're already seeing that. Actually, a few of you will be recurring in my slides to come. Many people in the room. Digital humanities and memory, increasingly relevant theme. I've had a wonderful conversation with Kristine last night. It's amazing some of the parallels between the work she's doing and the work I'm just beginning. And awareness, making difference visible, the most important, perhaps, combined goal of both of these ideas of social media and social entrepreneurship. I'd also like to say that media is entrepreneurship, so that's a good place to start. So I'd like to talk, just in the beginning, I'd like to run through just some of what I find to be interesting and different examples, an ecosystem of effort, of different social entrepreneurial activities. And what is an entrepreneur? What is a social entrepreneur? Is it somebody who takes risks? Is it somebody who has a certain kind of sweat equity? Is it somebody who measures outcomes differently? There are sort of different ways to discuss that. We've all heard of Quake Maps. We've all heard of Kathmandu Living Labs, humanitarian open street maps. It's an amazing effort. It did an incredible amount in the immediate aftermath. And then, as we also heard, I thought quite a well-put critique of the ways in which an overwhelming amount of data and an inability to search through it becomes frustrating for people on the ground like me. And then biases begin to reflect themselves. In Rasua, where I work, some people who became more fluent, so to speak, in using tools like this and becoming more visible were able to express and shift the optics, so to speak, which, if you have a perfect type of information, is wonderful. I'm glad you're hammering away at these things. A fantastic team. Kathmandu Living Labs I was actually working with them prior to the earthquake, and I'll come back to that on a project for an open source map of all the hydropower projects in Nepal, which is another type of social entrepreneurship I'm engaged in that has nothing to do, well, actually something very important to do with the earthquake. This is what Kathmandu Living Labs looks like behind the screens. Lots of people sitting outside in front of the building and back of the building in a coffee shop. My team from Rasu Relief at our largest was 10 or 11 people, and we looked kind of like this in a coffee shop just down the street. We were making use of what we had. Everyone was. This is one of the best examples of people who made use of what they had. Himalayan Disaster Relief Volunteer Group, otherwise known as Yellow House, has been discussed multiple times in an incredible, an incredible confluence of different things. Nayantara Kachapati Gurung, the woman who runs Photo Circle and invented the Kathmandu Photo Festival with others, was also the director of this. Talk about someone who's had an amazing year. This is some of the early meetings that I went to. When I came back, when I was evacuated finally from Langtang, we'll get to that. I came back and I went to some of the early meetings of Yellow House, and it was an amazing thing, but it wasn't mine in a way. It was about Lalitpur at the beginning. It was about other types of things. I just come from an area that I wanted to target directly. They had an incredible amount of activity. This is I'm poaching this from a presentation by another friend and teacher of mine, Ben Ayers, who runs the Z Foundation, who's done an amazing number of things, has also worked with Yellow House. This group of people, self-organizing, social media facilitated organization, became the 4th single largest distributor of relief materials. And once UNHCR and others started picking up on what they were doing, they facilitated it. At the same time, the cops were coming and threatening to seize some of the materials, and it wasn't going through the Prime Minister's Disaster Relief Fund. So there was some productive tensions that motivated everybody. But it's an incredible accomplishment. Another thing I'd like to poach from Ben's talk is, these are 2 different vehicles for transporting 300 kgs of material. One costs $72 million, and the other costs nothing, and it runs at night. Those are Ben's words. There's an amazing presentation he did for Pechakucha Kathmandu that's available online. You should watch it. There are things like this that existed, social entrepreneurship that existed before the earthquake that have now become more important and powerful. This research institute that builds with rammed earth and bamboo. Nepal is an amazing person. They're doing, you can see this, the Madan Puraskar Pustakalaya is an amazing design project unto itself. It's all being done with bamboo. They're working at a number of scales, from individual homes to these institutions that actually house cultural heritage. Nepal Photo Project. I won't spend a lot of time here, but it's important to think about. This is a crowdsource mechanism. This is just a hashtag. But it became a lot more in the wake of the earthquake, and it led to things like the Kathmandu Photo Festival. Photo Kathmandu was incredible. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life, and a powerful moment of gathering and building back. And it was extremely resonant in the way that it was installed in the streets. It was a truly democratic effort. Kevin was there. We'll see him in a moment. They installed in the streets. This is Frederick Lecloux's Everyday Epiphanies. And Frederick went out and lit candles every evening ceremonially to sort of activate the space in the way that it's traditionally activated, whether his photographs were there or not. This is the Facebook wall, so to speak, and the gentleman who installed it. People who live in the area around Swota. This is Kevin's show at night. I actually was standing next to Kevin when this photo was taken. This is a projection from Kathmandu Photo Festival, where everyone from the community came out to see a world-class slideshow every night of photographers that were curated from around the world. There were children crying, there were amas asking questions, there was all sorts of things going on, and it was incredible every night. This is a remanifested Facebook wall of Nepal Photo Project, which if you went to the Hood Museum of Art last night, I actually curated some images from the Nepal Photo Project and brought them here, where they're now sitting between James Nachtwey, Kevin Berbisky, and 3,000-year-old Assyrian stone tablets, which is amazing, and I love that. And this is at the Photo Kathmandu Festival. They installed images that were sourced from all across Nepal by Nepalis, foreign photographers alike, and installed them in the streets as well. This is a different kind of social entrepreneurship. This is once Benedict Cumberbatch arrived and they were shooting a movie and they tried to cover Kevin's show, this guy went out there and made sure that everybody could still see Kevin's show. And on a more serious note, this is an image taken by a friend, Niranjan Shrestha. It's also in the Hood Museum installation that I curated. He's doing a photo essay on children with disabilities. And this is an extremely powerful and beautiful image. This girl is confident in the face of everything and is herself here. This was shared at an event that I organized and facilitated and participated in at the Kathmandu Photo Festival called The Earthquake in the Image. So this is a way of looking at an image of the earthquake. This isn't what you normally see, but this is an important part. Thankfully, with the help of people and doctors and talented individuals like my aunt-in-law. There was a health policy that limited the number of amputations in Nepal in the response of the quake. It was really, really low. There are different numbers, but anywhere between 150 and 200, the government will tell you 43. It's more like 150, 200. But in the context of a massive earthquake and 9,000 casualties is remarkable. So it's also, in a weird way, a success story. More earthquake in the image. Then there's these people. Many of them are in this room. This is as you can see, it's a closed group. It's not that closed. It's gone in and out. There's been lots of conversations on who speaks, who helps, who does what for Nepal. I spoke on a plenary panel in Kathmandu as an example, quote unquote, of sort of an engaged anthropologist. And there are lots of people it's still engaging, and it's an interesting conversation. What do we contribute as scholars, as social scientists, entrepreneurs? Here we are in the top of the page. 5 minutes will be tough. This is Catherine March, who's seated in the back, and Sarah Schneiderman, creating their own online communities that were extremely helpful and relevant. Kath spent a lot of time on the ground as well this fall, and these are just examples of if you think if you think that people, anyone and everyone is using this in an incredible way. To fill and jump into something that Sienna mentioned before that we're now working together on, these Amchi camps of what Sienna calls slow medicine in fast times, flying in Tibetan medical practitioners into areas where that type of response is appropriate to help with chronic health issues. We're going to be doing this in Langtang. And then I like this idea of humanitarian reason revisited. So these are different ways that scale affects this. I won't spend time on this. If I ever say anything more about this, this is the kind of thing I'd like to talk about. But at the bottom I'd like to pick up on is highlighting hidden disasters. And here I'd like to flag the idea of the Tamsaling tragedy. There's a lot of important literature that's being written on that from all sides. And it codes the disaster in a particular way and changes the spatial understanding of it to add a social element that's extremely important, that speaks to the hidden vulnerabilities and chronic structural inequality. So last night at the Hood Museum of Art, it was wonderful to see so many of you looking at the images we've had on the screen. They're not all of Langtang. If you get a chance later, upstairs, there's another photo exhibition that's been installed, my own photographs and others, that tells more about my immediate experience in Langtang. If you follow social media, you know about it. It's an incredibly devastating occurrence, a tragedy within a tragedy, a disaster, or an avalanche that equivalent in force to half of the Hiroshima atomic bomb, killed over 300 people, and many who've still not been found. This is the night before in the monastery where I was for a funerary reincarnation ceremony called the Gewa. I have an article on cultural anthropology that goes into more detail about this, but it was remarkable for me to be there at that moment, to be present for this moment the next day, and thereafter I became implicated in this unimaginable story about Langtang. And there are images upstairs, but there's an incredible amount of uncertainty. This is where we spent 60 hours waiting for evacuation or I spent 60 hours. Others spent longer, others went earlier. I was helping with triage. This is my first intervention. This is the first thing I did as a social entrepreneur after the earthquake. This little boy had a 6-inch piece of wood buried in the back of his neck. And a helicopter that came in, a private helicopter, actually it was a Nepali army colonel's son, looking to pick him up, and his friends who were there weren't foreigners, they were Nepalis, looking to pick them up. We were trying to make sure this little boy got on the helicopter because he had no other way of being dealt with. And me and Victor, who's in the foreground, and others, we managed to do that. We also made a triage system. This looks like chaos. This is an organized evacuation of which importantly, 27 Nepalis, mostly Langtangpa themselves, and only 2 foreigners getting on this army helicopter when it came the next day, which was a reverse of the priorities and the orders that the Nepal army came in with, which is entrepreneurship. We got back to Kathmandu, shifted scale. You might not know about this. This is the way that people found and sought their loved ones in the wake of Langtang, the foreign community. This changed from an information gathering platform to, as you can see, likes mean I am with you. When I came back to Kathmandu, I was overwhelmed responding to people and trying to help others locate their family members where they might be on the foreign scale. This is the Humanitarian Military Operations Coordination Committee. This is decidedly not social entrepreneurship. There are lots of vests and camouflage. I went to this meeting wondering more about Rasu, and I realized I had more information than they did. So we started Rasu Relief. myself, Galen Merton, Bob Beasley, slowly gathered a team of amazing Nepalis to help us so that we could, I love the critique that's gone around on this image, so that we could make this bottom part, this last mile, a lot more rich. That's where we work, in the bottom part of this massive chain of disaster relief. This is not to be critical of the overall mechanism. I've learned a lot more since. I am critical at times. Work with all sorts of different organizations now, and there is an ecosystem of effort, as I described. There are certain large-scale organizations that do certain things and small-scale ones that do certain things, and the point is to play to strengths. So Rasu Relief did a lot of different things. We started a Facebook page too. It's still going. We did things like trucking in 38 tons of materials to certain areas. We built installing biodigesting tanks in IDP camps to control the degradation of the land, facilitating relationships with the Langtangpa and Isimode, an organization that I work with. These are other people from the Langtang community. I won't go through too many of these. This is a structural canopy. This is interesting because this is another social entrepreneurial project that actually dissolved into the ether. I went into the shelter cluster data and tried to do more with it. I created basically, by my own description, a better mousetrap and a different way of looking at the data and looking at wards and representing it and actually trying to make the data fungible with other clusters. They were really interested. They took it up in their own way. Unfortunately, they did not hire the Nepali web developers that I asked them to. But this informed the shape of the shelter cluster's information management system and continues to, and they're still asking questions that we were asking in May. I was in Rasua for the second earthquake also. This is up near the Tibetan border in Rasua, in Kaidi, near Rasuagadi. And this is a quick summary of Rasu Relief, which I won't talk about too much. You can find out more, but we're a nimble organization. We're not a real organization. We're a volunteer humanitarian initiative, which is to say that we're not a registered NGO, and we do not do the things, things in the way that other NGOs do. At the bottom, what I would really like to point out here is that our overhead is small. Our ratio of Nepali team members to foreign team members is high, and we paid $0 to non-Nepali staff. I continue to do this in the evenings. More importantly, Langtang Disaster Relief Fund and other organizations like this are the efforts of Langtangpa, and that's where I'm going now. This is the other Gewa ceremony. 49 days after the earthquake, I participated in the reincarnation ceremony for all of those who died at Langtang. It was a powerful experience. It was a strange and circular parallel. And I believe I was the only foreigner who was present for both. The camp was eventually emptied, which is a huge success. It makes a wonderful photograph in my mind. The Langtang Reconstruction Committee has its own Facebook page. They have meetings. They post annual PDFs. I won't call it capacity building because it's a dialogue, but there's an incredible amount that we're all learning from each other. And they're becoming quite facile with using these tools in the way that they seek to. And we went back to Langtang. We're continuing. This is the other type of material bricks and mortar entrepreneurship that's going on. This is a meeting that was held 2 days ago. This photo is taken by Langtangpa. And that's where I would like to highlight briefly one important project that has a lot of parallels with what Kristine was talking about. We're trying to work on this project called the Langtang Memory Project, and we're trying to build both a digital archive and a space in the Langtang Valley itself for remembrance, and it's an auto-ethnographic project in addition to a crowdsourcing project. What that means is we're pulling materials from a long time ago. If Geoff Childs went there in 1970s and took photographs, Kevin Verbisky did take photographs, we can get them back, we can harvest them together, mix them, code them, make them accessible. And then we can also, in starting now, allow the Langtangpa to begin telling their own story and train them in different methods. This is the monastery I was in the night before the earthquake. This is the condition of some of the materials that need to be restored and salvaged. It's an important cultural heritage project, particularly when you have intergenerational knowledge loss and such a high risk in the wake of disaster. So many died. Young people are now in Kathmandu. All children from Langtang are sponsored in Kathmandu. Not my doing in terms of education. And there's change happening, but there's also going back and looking. This is our website. Please look more at this in the future, if you can. The beta was just launched now. We've been working on it for the last week, and we're harvesting materials. It's slowly building, and we have a drive, an archive, actual archive behind it that's getting bigger. We have things like this, which are happening right now in Kathmandu, in Bodh and Swayambhu. We're training Langtangpa on oral histories and different audio projects, using some of similar software, and eventually we're going to be building a memory center in the Langtang area. Not quite exactly sure yet, and we have some collaborators where in the valley itself it will be, but the important point is that it'll be a physical space, and it'll be the Langtangpa's own space. We have people from the past, people from the IDP camp who've been taking photos. These are the type of tools. I'd like to flag this. This is an archival tool that's just become available not too long ago. It's free, it's powerful, it's getting better. Kristine's using it, I'm using it. If you want to do a project, use it. 1934 earthquake, recurrence and memory. This is a Google image search. This is not a real archive, but people like Pratush Unta and others at Martin Chaudhry are talking about keeping archives and looking through archives. There's a living archive of memory. This man on the left is someone I met, on the right is Wall Street Journal. And the Langtang photo album, which you all saw yesterday. And I'll flip through these quickly and I'll end here. But this is an important project because it's the Langtangpa becoming photographers themselves, and it's them telling their own story. And like I said yesterday, there are 50 images from different Langtangpa emerging photographers. Some of them are very talented, as you'll see. That are now in the Hood Museum of Art with James Nachtwey and the Assyrian stone tablets. And that is something new under the sun, and it's amazing. And as you go on today, you will see the Langtangpa are active, increasingly active every day in discussing these things, and discussing the past, discussing the future, sharing photos, circling back and looking at their history, looking at their rituals and their ceremonies, also telling you the story from directly from their own mouths about the fuel crisis, about fuel shortage, about crowding on top of buses. This is a Mani wall that they rebuilt. This is a young man named Nawang, who I was with immediately after the earthquake and the avalanche, going with his grandmother to the place where their family died, and he took this photo right after she finished screaming, letting it all out. It's a powerful photograph. He took this, and it's haunting. Kevin was in Kathmandu helping teach these Langtangpa, which is important. He showed them, well, not teach them, but instruct them. He said, walked through his own show and said, this is why I made these decisions. This is why I took these photographs. And here we are back at Dartmouth. Thank you. Actually, I had a lot more slides.
So we only have about 10 minutes. So maybe the best thing to do is just go right to questions and answers from the audience. I had lots of questions myself, but are there some questions? It seemed extraordinary. These were fantastic. I learned a ton. And it's extraordinary to see the power of social media and social entrepreneurship and to bring people together and help solve these really extraordinary problems, to get word out, to deal with rumors, to correct rumors, to find solutions, to help people find each other, to share art in ways that really bring communities together, and on and on and on. It's just extraordinary to see. But I'm just curious about your questions. I'll start asking them.
Thank you, everybody, for really interesting presentations. Max, for you, do you see any flexibility in what you're developing so it can have applications to other areas, other natural disasters and so forth? Have you been thinking about that? Because it's obviously got, importance for one context. What about the transferability of this?
Yeah, absolutely. So my newest project is called Chirp Alert. I would encourage you to go download it. It's on the App Store, but really the thing on the App Store right now is just kind of to hold the app name, because they don't let you keep a name, and I want to keep it. It's really like a rough draft. It's very slow, and it doesn't represent what I have on my computer that I'm working on. But I'm building this platform called Chirp Alert, which uses actually similar stuff to what all of you talked about with Google Documents that anyone can edit. And so these Google Documents, I'll be making them public once I've finished my infrastructure, and basically anybody can add just URLs that link to TSV or CSV files, which are pretty common files that you can put out from an Excel spreadsheet, and you have to fill in a couple things about basically the integer locations of the different types of data in the file, where's the latitude, where's the longitude, what's the name, etc. And then my app will parse it. And so anybody can contribute information, and then this stuff can be parsed by any user of the application. And so hopefully, my idea is hopefully to be able to develop this into something that can be used as a tool for almost any sort of disaster scenario, for both responding to the disaster and for education if people want to see what's happening on the ground.
Thank you guys all for the incredible work you've all done. I guess my question, you're all talking about digital social media, and yet, as we all know, and as you know, Austin, I know, was up in Rasu during the earthquakes, there's very limited internet up in so many of the regions that was affected by the earthquake, and many of the cell towers that were there ceased to exist, and as far as I understand, are still often not functioning. And so while many of the folks up in Soom, Newbury, Langtang have cell phones, smartphones, while they're up there, they probably don't have much, if any, access to the internet. And so I guess I'm wondering, where does all this stuff that you guys have been talking about in terms of social media, digital social media, where does that fit in with the more rural Tibetan communities that were so substantially affected by the earthquake?
That's a really important question. For our project, Rahat Payo, there are two parts. One is offline. We really target remote areas with send surveyors. So they have this tool, Kobo, and they use iPhones and tablets even when there's no internet. And they could still get geolocations and pictures, and they could gather feedback and come back and then sync it with the internet, or when they have internet. And then we have online survey. We're targeting geolocations, different districts, either using Facebook. We also intend to use SMS. So idea is to hopefully bridge the gap between online and offline and keep those two data separate, also for research purposes.
I can't speak to all of the more remote areas of the northern Himalaya in Nepal, but in the context of Langtang and other places that I have been, it's not, even if they don't have immediate connection, at some point in some sort of cycle, and maybe it's weekly, maybe it's monthly, they'll peregrinate or move in some way down to a roadhead or to a point of trade or for a number, or for school, etc., to a point where they do have internet access. And that's where the exactly what you mentioned becomes so important, because being able to download things that are fast and light and taking that into account when you're coding is important. And your web design, and we tried to do that in the map that I showed for coordination. If you can download these things while you have it and take it with you back to where you can continue to develop it, continue to engage with whatever media you've downloaded or whatever data you're working with, and then when you come back to access, upload it again. Making sure that these things can work on and offline is extremely important. That said, in Langtang, at the time when I was there during the earthquake, for just a completely different reason, what they call the Chinese Sky Phone was out. The Chinese CDMA system wasn't working in the Langtang Valley. Most times it does. A couple people had satellite phones in these areas. So there was no internet connectivity. There was hardly any way to call out. I was very lucky to actually call out right before the earthquake, by luck, to tell my family that we were changing our schedule and where we were. But now the network has been restored in Langtang. It's working again. And in a lot of areas, I think along the northern border of Nepal, there's increasing digital infrastructure coming as a result of other projects. There's fiber optic cable that will run to Rasuakari at some point to facilitate the customs point as it becomes more of a major overland corridor of trade and access to the Tibetan Plateau. So it's changing in pieces, and different places have different access regimes. But I think it's as you can see, even people living in these areas. We heard about Newbury. I spoke about Langtang, Mustang, even Dolpo, perhaps. People are engaging with social media, and they have phones, and they're going to and from, and they're doing incredible work.
Hi, thank you very much. Both panels today were wonderful. I have a really question that I want to get around the issue of how soon is it going to be up to snuff for these kinds of communication techniques. Your question about the phones, I think, is really, really very, very important. But I want to also come back to a comment from the earlier panels where the young people said, you know, we not only took interviews, but we gave information. One of the things that I don't see very much discussed, whether it's in digital media or cell phone use, is how, or radio or television, how incompletely they have been used in recent years and even in the post-earthquake era to get information to people. Sienna talked about the fact that the houses are all now rebuilt, and so did Geoff. And those houses were rebuilt without knowledge about making them more earthquake resistant, I think. The knowledge for how to do that has been sitting on a shelf in the Department of Urban Planning and Building Construction since 1988. There's UNDP films that are in Nepali that are wonderfully. What could we do to make these forms of media more two-way? I mean, to provide, I don't want to get into a propaganda war here, but people in rural areas, there are obviously this inequity in access is a real issue, and it's not going to be solved in the next 3 years probably. But I don't know. Have you thought about how we could use these things to more systematically not only collect information from communities and circulate information about how to help communities among other people who are there, but circulate information that's needed at the local level as well, whether it's about health or construction or any of those things.
Maybe I'll just say something quickly and I'll send it to the more technically minded folks. It's a question of priorities. I think that there's obviously now there is a greater awareness that there can be a two-way exchange using a blend of technologies. It's not all Facebook, it's not all SMSs. But a portfolio of different methods for exchanging information it's making its way into different organizations and programs. It's a question of priorities. The type of communication, the type of mass communication that's happening, I can say from my example last week, is everyone with that, I can't remember if it was NTC or NCell, but one of the major, I have 2 SIM cards, but one of the major organizations, they send a message to everyone from the Committee for the Investigation of the Abuse of Authority, which is the anti-corruption government body, saying, join your clean hands with ours to fight corruption. Text message to everyone. Why can't that be something about building materials? I completely agree with you, Kath. And these are the kind of questions we'll have to bring in this as the National Reconstruction Authority takes form, as it's still taking form, about how to inform this kind of exchange. And actually, the gentleman sitting up front who will be our keynote speaker, Swarnim Wagle, probably I can speak more to that later on in the event.
I wanted to jump in as the least technology savvy individual on this panel and a little bit older as well. But my experience in Nepal goes back to the 1970s, before we had any of this digital technology, and linkages between Kathmandu and the rest of the world was difficult, and linkages between Kathmandu and the remote areas of Nepal was even more difficult than that. And so I've been sadly enlightened by Sierra and Greg and everybody else's words this morning about this huge out-migration. And how could one not follow the trail downhill into the cities? It's so seductive. And the one remark about the elder saying everybody's just powdering their faces and going onto their smartphone. How do you change the culture so that young people take an interest in experiencing what Nepal is, and to take that long walk up into the remote areas? Because that's how you're going to have real change from the ground up, to rebuild the houses. The new media is brilliant, but you also have to walk out and encounter, as the people who work with you have done these interviews, and those who do the interviews, they're so enriched by that experience, and so bringing engineers, bringing young people, it's something we could do in America as well, to get rid of unemployment by bringing people out into areas in America that need new infrastructure, and the same thing perhaps could happen in Nepal.
If I may, I think your question probably we have to respond to that from a historical context. I think traditionally we've been a fatalistic society, but now as we have more access to media, we're still getting habituated on how to use this to shape our own behaviors and how to tackle our own challenges. Radio, I think, plays a significant role. When I was a kid, I had nothing but at times radio on Friday night, and that was great. It helped me a lot. Today, there are a lot of good news. Out of every 10 Nepalese, 8 of them have some sort of mobile subscriptions, and they are using it as we know that to either respond to certain things or communicate among each other. And I think going forward, these technologies will eventually help us, as we become someone and understand that we have influence on our own destiny.
Okay, well, one final question here.
Hi, my name is Jimmy, and I'm from the Tuck Business School. Thank you all for your very inspiring work, and thank you for your impact in Nepal in general. My question is specifically for Kevin and Austin. There was probably a balance being struck as you were on the ground of making a difference and being helpful, and also learning in terms of conventions and social norms and things that were orthodox. Specifically in terms of social media, was the underground reaction to technology and to social media, was it all positive? Or were there some other reactions that maybe showed that in different instances, there might actually be a wrong way to infuse social media and technology in the country?
Go for it.
Fantastic question. And the short answer, and I won't just give a short answer, but the short answer is, it's evolving, and we won't know yet. There are traces, some certain types of social media are becoming saturated, or you're starting to see sort of like Trump-style discourse on the social media in Nepal. It's actually remarkable how highly evolved the discourse is, political discourse is in Nepal, period, in the absence of social media. The social infrastructure, so to speak, and I agree that it requires a lot of just walking as well and being embodied and going to places. The social infrastructure that's built in Nepal is so advanced. It's knocking at the door constantly of social media. But there are points. I mean, it's not all good. Of course, there's a lot of noise in the system, and you get to this event horizon or a point of diminishing returns where you have to have some effective way of managing your data. You have to have a way of coding it. You have to have a way of understanding it. I mean, it's very difficult to understand the complexity, the social and linguistic complexity of Nepal, period. So trying to do that in the social social media virtual realm is a huge overhanging question, and it's not, we haven't caught up to it yet. The production of information is so massive already, like with any big data problem, that we haven't found the tools to actually crawl through it in an appropriate way, which thankfully colleagues in the front are developing. So it's changing. To the question of learning in the field, I think not just at the scale of Nepal, but for people like Max and others who will probably undoubtedly go on to looking at disasters in future contexts. I'm an anthropologist, so to speak. I'm a doctoral student in anthropology. I work in Nepal. I may engage in other places, I don't know. But it seems so important, especially on this topic of social media and entrepreneurship, to learn from this. And to take less, I mean, there's all sorts of learning that occurred, so to speak, in Haiti that's positive and negative. And there are aversions and preferences and institutional configurations that live on, and legacy of past disasters that strongly inform what happened in Nepal. Now, if what happened in Nepal can inform what goes into the future, I hope that this is the kind of thing that happens. And right now, I think that we need to look back at these things with a critical eye and say there was a lot of good that happened, but it wasn't perfect. And my organization wasn't perfect at learning how to create these types of connections in Facebook groups. And these tools that are happening now. I mean, what it's doing is it's creating a scale that can be used on a different level for future disasters. And it's a type of disaster preparedness. This type of entrepreneurship and media is resilience incarnate. And if you wanted to promote this type of engagement in civil society, at least a team on the ground that can do humanitarian open street maps in countries all around the world, that should be a very valid component of disaster preparedness strategy. So on the question of scale, you're producing these new types of these scales that can interact in ways that they weren't able to before in the immediate context of disaster. It has something to do with technology, but it also has to do with the fact that Nepalis are online. And they're online in ways that and if you make technology that allows them to use it in the way that they want to use it, it's even more powerful, which is why interventions like Mark Turin's and translating the Mark safe function is so simple and elegant. So, sorry, it was a long answer.
I think we're going to have to wrap it up, so let's thank the panelists, please.
Okay, folks. It's great that we're making connections, meeting new friends. This is obviously one of the reasons why we're here together today. If we could have a seat, we'll begin our next session, the public health panel. Just a couple of announcements, reminders. Please go upstairs to enjoy the exhibition of photographs in the Russo Gallery. It's just right upstairs. Please do, if you can, go to the Hood Museum and look at the images there and the video monitor showing the images that Austin Lord was speaking about. Please do come tonight for the keynote address at 4:30 and the reception immediately following. And finally, to remind you that tomorrow we have panels at 10 o'clock, and then we will have an open town hall at 2 p.m. And that will be it. I will turn the mic over to Dr. John Butterly, who's very kindly agreed to be our discussant and moderator for this panel on public health responses to the earthquake.
Thank you very much, Ken. The next group of speakers is going to talk about their experiences in Nepal actually delivering care after the earthquake. Ian Spears is a junior at Dartmouth, or I guess that makes him a 17, majoring in anthropology and psychology. He has been doing research through the Presidential Scholars Program with Professor Craig and Dr. Rob Gugele on earthquake preparedness and response in Nepal. And he'll talk about understanding the risk of earthquakes in Nepal and give an overview of the state of earthquake and public health preparedness. S.P. Kalani is the Director of Governance and Partnerships for Possible, an NGO in Nepal, and he works closely with the Ministry of Health and other ministries to create strong partnerships in the country. He is also an experienced and well-known international educator, having worked in Vietnam, Finland, and the U.S., as well as in Nepal. B.J. Acharya is a hospitalist at Massachusetts General Hospital. For those of you who don't know, a hospitalist is generally an internist who works totally in the hospital and takes care of people when their illness gets severe enough that they have to be in the hospital. And he's also an instructor in medicine at the Harvard Medical School and is completing the Harvard Medical School Fellowship in Patient Safety and Quality. He provided clinical care to earthquake victims in the northern hills of Gorkha after the first quake with members from the MGH Global Disaster Response Team. And then our final speakers will be Shreya Shrestha, who is a fourth-year medical student at Goswell School of Medicine at Dartmouth, and the co-founder of ASHA for Nepal, an NGO with the mission to work with the underserved in Nepal to provide quality, compassionate health care and preventive services. And her partner, Daniel Albert, who is a senior physician and rheumatologist at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center. He is the other co-founder at ASHA for Nepal, and that is a group I'm very proud to be a member of the board of. So let's start with Ian.
Thank you. Like Dr. Barley already said, my name is Ian Spears, and I'm one of the co-directors of the Dartmouth Coalition for Global Health. So first, I want to give a little bit of background. So why am I here and what will I be talking about? Like Dr. Barley already said, I'm a junior here, majoring in anthropology and psychology. My interest really lies at the intersection of medical anthropology and global health emergency preparedness and response. And that's kind of where I've situated myself for the past couple of terms doing research with Dr. Craig and Dr. Gugele. Most of what I'll be presenting today is academic in focus, and my sources kind of range from Nepal's and USAID's disaster management strategies, academic risk assessments and assessments of emergency preparedness in Nepal, and also information that I've gained through discussions with experts in fields such as medical anthropology, emergency preparedness, and also healthcare delivery experts, including someone from Possible. So without further ado, to lay out some of the goals, so understand the risk of earthquakes in Nepal, give a broad overview of the state of earthquake and public health preparedness in Nepal prior to the earthquake, and as well give some examples of preparedness challenges facing Nepal. Since emergency preparedness is such a broad topic and we could go in so many different directions, I wanted to focus in on 4 main topics. So infrastructure and physical planning, communication, coordination, healthcare and mental health infrastructure, and education and training. So before I went any further, I wanted to give a brief overview of why in the world we're thinking about earthquake preparedness in Nepal in the first place. I am not a geology major, but as a quick geology lesson, what's kind of happening is the Indian plate, you can see on that picture, is pushing against the Eurasian plate, and that kind of force that's built up there is then eventually released through earthquakes. So as some might know, Nepal is actually ranked 11th for seismic vulnerability in the world. And this is partially due to it being situated on the alpine Himalayan belt. And again, that's kind of what I've already demonstrated. And Kathmandu Valley in particular is vulnerable because it's sitting on an ancient lake bed whose sediments will actually amplify ground motion. And because of this risk, in the past 125 years in eastern Nepal alone, we've seen over 3 earthquakes with magnitude of 8 or greater on the Richter scale. So to start, I thought I'd talk about infrastructure and physical planning. In terms of building codes and practices, most houses and buildings outside of Kathmandu, and especially older houses and buildings, are built with unreinforced brick and wood. So those just simply can't withstand strong earthquakes, which is why we saw after the earthquake a lot of damage and structural collapse. There are building codes that are set into law, but there's pretty minimal enforcement of these codes, especially in rural areas, due to lack of human infrastructure and as well as organizational structure. Transportation difficulties. So in the Himalayas mountainous region, you obviously have quite a few transportation boundaries and hurdles to get over. But in addition, there's overall a pretty weak road infrastructure set up. So that leaves about over 1/3 of Nepalese at least 2 hours away from a road. And many of these roads, when you can access them, they may not be paved. So depending on the season, they may not be passable. Access to emergency shelters. So after a disaster makes your home potentially uninhabitable, do you have somewhere dry, safe, and warm to go? And unfortunately, the answer for many Nepalese is no, especially in rural regions. There are laws set in place that allow the use of land for emergency structures, but this requires a pretty long bureaucratic process for those structures to be put in place, which kind of limits the effectiveness of that. And finally, looking at some important utility delivery systems, including electricity, sanitation, and clean water. It's pretty limited, again, in rural areas. And of course, everything that I'm saying here is there's quite a bit of diversity depending on where in Nepal you're talking about. But many of these systems also don't have a lot of redundancy. So if they were to be influenced or impacted by a disaster, it takes quite a bit of time to get them back up and running afterwards. So in terms of communication and coordination, that's another big area of interest of mine, especially in preparedness. Hazard mapping. Before the earthquake, there was not a lot of hazard mapping, and most of it, what did exist, was focused around flood mapping. Since the earthquake, we have seen a pretty big push to increase the amount of hazard mapping, whether that's on an NGO level or governmental level. And a lot of this work has actually been outsourced to people around the world using kind of open source software. There were early warning systems in place in Nepal. There were actually 21 seismological stations across the country before the earthquake. That being said, even with warning stations, earthquakes can turn out to be pretty close to no-notice events. And where we saw a good amount of breakdown is actually taking the information from these seismological stations and getting it out to the public. So while there was a little bit of warning there, it was just not broadly distributed. And after the earthquake, there's been a lot of push to kind of leverage media and the power of radios. Most Nepalis have access to radios to really get these messages out. There's definitely a lot of room for improvement in coordination and communication protocols between national, district, and local levels. Again, we've already talked about how there are many rural areas of Nepal, which especially makes communication on a local level incredibly difficult. There is a National Emergency Operations Center and some district emergency operations centers that are set up, though again, getting that information down to a local level is difficult. Not all of this falls on the government, though. An important piece and really difficult piece to bring into the puzzle is coordination of NGOs. Before the earthquake, there were actually over 40,000 NGOs registered in Nepal, and of course, after the earthquake, that number's absolutely exploded. But really making sure that all of these different NGOs aren't just working in their own silos, they aren't overlapping services, and that we're trying to create a kind of comprehensive care and disaster response network is a really, really big challenge. And then in years past, kind of a way to describe emergency preparedness and policy in Nepal was kind of centralized policy with decentralized implementation. So there were laws kind of allowing for the establishment of district and local level emergency response and coordination committees, but there wasn't a lot of guidance or strategies set up for those committees at a national level. Thankfully, in years prior to the earthquake, there was a good amount of shift towards some more expectation setting and national strategies, though. So we'll continue to hopefully see that grow. Healthcare infrastructure, another important thing to be thinking about with preparedness. I put up some of the kind of metrics that we usually look at healthcare preparedness through. That being said, something to note on these numbers is that the most kind of up-to-date and reliable information I could find, which is up there, is from 2006. So of course, a lot of these numbers may have changed, but this is the information that was out there and available. And not to say that the US has by any means a perfect healthcare system or the perfect number of physicians per 10,000 people, but to try to put this kind of in perspective, in the US there are 26 physicians per 10,000 people and 31 hospital beds per 10,000 people. So there is quite a difference. One thing that the Nepal healthcare system does have that the US really doesn't, that's a huge strength to Nepal, is the community healthcare workers. And those community healthcare workers are, again, working on those community or local levels, and they're kind of the start of the healthcare infrastructure system. So going from them to a sub-health post and then health post, then going up to a hospital is kind of where the facility organization runs in Nepal. An important thing to think about, though, is access to healthcare is not always evenly distributed or available across ethnicity, caste, or geography. So for some, this 2 physicians for 10,000 people might be a lot higher than it actually is, or a lot lower than it actually is. EMS services, something I'm particularly interested in. So in Nepal currently, most of the injured and sick people are brought to hospitals by car or bus. There aren't a lot of ambulance services in place, and especially aren't many ambulance services with trained personnel. That being said, this is an interesting kind of place where we've seen some interplay between what's often a government role of providing EMS services and kind of NGOs coming in. So we've seen the Nepal Ambulance Service, which is actually an NGO started in 2010, come in and start to provide some of these EMS services in greater Kathmandu Valley. That being said, going back to kind of what I talked about with road infrastructure, roads are still an incredible impediment to getting people from where they are to where they need to be, and traffic makes it incredibly difficult to travel rapidly. Final point that I wanted to point out is traditional medicine fills a really important kind of role and can sometimes either augment or fill a gap in biomedical services in Nepal. So, while those statistics at the top are kind of biomedical statistics, that's definitely an incomplete view of healthcare services in Nepal. Going on to mental health care infrastructure, this is often something that's kind of glossed over in emergency preparedness, but is absolutely crucial after a disaster. There's an immense need for mental health services. Not to get too tied up in the numbers, this is basically just to show that there is definitely still room for improvement in the human as well as physical capacity when it comes to mental health care services. Also, where there are services, the bullet point about 80% of psychiatry beds are located in Kathmandu. So when there are services, they're quite centralized around cities. So again, access to these services is quite varied and often even more minimal in rural areas. Another thing to keep in mind is that while there are these statistics, this does not mean that there are not really innovative ways of now delivering mental health care services. We've seen an increase in peer support groups, the use of radio after the disaster as a way to kind of start in the healing process. And as well, we've seen traditional medicine and traditional healers start to fill a gap of really providing crucial mental health support and services. Education and training is kind of my last topic here. Overall, there's been pretty minimal primary school-based training, whether that's first aid or otherwise, and we've seen a lot of really good outcomes with this sort of training in other countries. At the secondary school level, there have been some disaster risk mitigation and preparedness programs set up, but again, pretty minimal implementation of these materials. At the university level, there are some disaster management classes, but what's also important to think about is where are these graduates and human resources in general going? This is what's been talked about in previous panels, kind of the out-migration. A startling statistic that I found when I was looking at this is 1,200 people in Nepal leave Nepal each day looking for opportunities elsewhere. So the answer to this question of, how do we improve education and training when it comes to preparedness is not necessarily just to increase the amount of university programs, but to really look at why people are leaving and how you can keep human resources in Nepal. As the Nepal Army and Police fill a really important role in disaster preparedness and response, it's important to note that there are some really great disaster management courses that have been implemented in their training. And finally, kind of on the NGO level, there have been some really great programs, especially the Red Cross's Cadre program, which is working at those local levels, training people in things such as extrication, first aid, emergency preparedness and planning, and also firefighting. So building resiliency, community resiliency, and having local level responders there is absolutely crucial, especially when you're in such rural regions. And as kind of a summary, some of the things that we've talked about include, again, the importance of physical infrastructure, whether that's building codes, road networks, communication coordination, bringing in national, local, and also NGOs into a cohesive kind of communication coordination network, increasing human and physical capacity when it comes to healthcare and mental health services, and lastly, increasing the training in primary, secondary, and university level schools, as well as building capacity on a local and regional level. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by thanking Ken and Sienna and our friends at Dickey Center for International Understanding for inviting me to represent Possible and be part of this wonderful panel. Thank you also for keeping this discussion on earthquake alive, which otherwise can be easily forgotten. Possible is a healthcare nonprofit working in working in partnership with the government of Nepal in providing high-quality, low-cost healthcare in the remote hills of Nepal. On April 25th, I was in our leadership team meeting at Bayalpata Hospital, that's shown in the picture, which is in the district of Acham in the far western hills of Nepal, working on healthcare system design for next few years to strengthen the healthcare in this one of the remotest district of the country. You wouldn't enjoy if it was your birthday when the earthquake hit Nepal. I experienced that, sadly. So in this hospital, we have worked with the government of Nepal, Ministry of Health and Education in partnership for 7.5 years. When, as you know, when the earthquake hit Nepal, we had a significant loss. Over 9,000 people were killed, nearly 1 million households were destroyed. Over 5,500 government facilities were destroyed. And in terms of healthcare sector, eight health workers were killed and 68 were injured, with over 1,100 health facilities destroyed. This presented a new challenge for Nepal. But let me focus on how this also presents an opportunity for focusing on accountable care in post-constitution era in Nepal. As you might know, public sector healthcare investment in Nepal is significantly less as compared to the global public sector investment. We're still below 45%, whereas the global investment seems to be around 60%. Public-private partnership offers an opportunity to fill this gap. This has been evident in our experience of working with the government of Nepal in the district of Acham. Our accomplishments so far have been, we have treated over 300,000 patients in the last 7.5 years. We have employed over 130 full-time public sector employees. We have integrated care delivery system via 13 health posts we call clinics and 165 community healthcare workers. We have started family practice residency mid-level practitioner training site. We have installed Nepal's first open MRS integrated electronic health record system. And we have provided the first public sector orthopedic surgical care in far western hills of Nepal. This has been possible through our partnership with the Ministry of Health. Mr. Mahendra Shrestha, the Chief of Policy Planning and International Cooperation Division, one senior official of the Ministry of Health and our good friend is here. Let me acknowledge his presence here. You will be able to hear more on the government's response from him tomorrow. In response to earthquake, we have partnered with the Ministry of Health again for rebuilding the demolished health facilities in Dolakha district. Some of our previous presenters did mention the name of the district, Dolakha. We are rebuilding 21 health facilities. The work is ongoing right now. The plan is to complete the work by the end of this fiscal year, which in Nepal ends by mid-July. More importantly, though, we have recently, on 24th of January, signed an MOU with the Ministry of Health for managing another government facility, government hospital in Dolakha district. It's called Charikot Hospital, which is currently a primary health center, a lower facility that will be upgraded into a higher facility now. We hope to replicate a Acham model that we have been implementing in the far western part of Nepal, where we will not only improve the quality of care. This is Dolakha Charikot Hospital that will be upgraded into a 50-bedded hospital now. Where we'll not only be able to improve the quality of care and expand the scope of service is there, but we'll also be able to provide population-based care, focus on innovation, including electronic health record and community health worker program. We chose Dholaka district in recommendation of the Ministry of Health again, because we did not want to duplicate our efforts where there were multiple organizations already involved in providing care and rebuilding. But at the point of time when the Ministry of Health had asked the partners for supporting, Dholaka was the only district that no other partners had offered their support for rebuilding. So we, in fact, Mr. Shrestha did offer us to go visit and find and get involved in rebuilding. And we later found that Dholaka, based on the per capita loss, is the highest earthquake hit district. That's been presented in post disaster needs assessment report. You will be able to hear more on that probably from Dr. Swarnim Wagle, a former member of National Planning Commission, who is also here in this crowd today, and who is the key person in putting that report together. In Dholaka also, we will be emphasizing on affordability and accountability. That will be our focus. Let me briefly talk about our possible accountability care system, public-private partnership framework, where we sign MOU with the Ministry of Health, where the facilities are leased to possible. We get independent management from the government. We manage the supply chain via the government stores. Government provides us co-financing based on the performance. We operate and regulate on an integrated population-based manner. So this is the framework that we have used in Acham, in the far western part of Nepal, and we hope to replicate that in the new district, Dholaka. I'll be happy to take more questions later to explain these, but to sum up for now, in response to the earthquake, we decided not to get involved in the rescue work. One, because we did not have capacity of doing that, but also because the district we're working on right now in the far west is already a marginalized district. And for our leaving that district to go on rescuing the folks would already compromise the care there. We directed any donors that we had to other partner organizations who were involved in the rescue work at that point of time. We supported the government of Nepal, primarily the Ministry of Health again, with the supply chain. We wrote to our partner organizations and individuals, whoever could support, to provide any support they could via the government channels. As an example of that, I myself was based in the airport cargo office receiving the drugs and supplies and sending them out in different districts. In the relief phase, we supported the government with the supply chain. We identified then the districts, again with the help of Ministry of Health, to engage in long-term public-private partnership. And then we signed MOU for building 21 health facilities and have started recently a 10-year public-private partnership for managing this new hospital, because we believe that we have been focusing on the short-term response to earthquake, but if we do not focus on the long-term sustainability and affordability of healthcare, then the objectives of universal healthcare are not going to be achieved. For us, therefore, devastating earthquake presents us an opportunity to setting systems of accountable care. As we know, Dartmouth is pioneer in this field. We look forward to collaborating in how we can focus on earthquake-affected districts and beyond for developing such a system in Nepal. As you know, this is the first serious test for the new Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, as it seeks to demonstrate returns on the deep investments Nepali citizens have made for democracy over last 7 years. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the Government of Nepal, Ministry of Health, for achieving the goals of affordable and accountable healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, SP. And our next speaker is BJ Acharya. If I think this is you.
Hi, everyone. My name is BJ. First off, I want to say that I'm representing two organizations here, American Nepal Medical Foundation and Mass General Hospital's Global Health, Global Disaster Response Team. I'm a physician at MGH, and I trained in Nepal and in New York and in Mass General. And I want to share some of my perspectives on the primary medical response, not from a public health aspects, but again, like what I saw during my time over like 3 weeks after the earthquake in Gorkha, and across like different meetings across ministries and different coordination efforts for many organizations that were there on the ground. As I think Ravi said earlier, as soon as I heard about the earthquake, I tried to call my family, and you know, the phone lines were jammed, the internet was jammed. My parents live in a little sort of off the grid area where I couldn't get hold of them. And the next thing I realized is like, okay, so I see on the internet that it's a big earthquake, and then the issues around like Haiti was kind of fresh in my mind. I said, all right, let's start a fundraiser online and see if you know, we might need to mobilize and like buy supplies for these victims. And I think around like 2 hours later, so I started a fundraiser for American Nepal Medical Foundation, where I sit on the board. And initially it was like, the target was like $20,000 because I thought like, it's Nepal, like no one's gonna give any money. Everyone like mistrusts the NGOs working there. We are pretty notorious for ineffective non-governmental work. And I think like in an hour or so, like the 20,000 crossed, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be pretty big. Maybe I need to up the target. So then I went on like doing, you know, maybe on multiples like 25, went up to 50, maybe 150, and then, and as money came in, like thousands of messages came through people from all over the world saying like, how can I help? Like, what, you know, I went to Nepal like years ago. I remember in the 70s was like the destination to go to on the hippie trail. So people have those memories, you know, think about what can I do? And I was amazed by just the volume of concern and the messages coming from all over the world. And you know, as you can see, like our online fundraiser, like we raised around like $470,000 on Indiegogo. The Indiegogo also like kind of helped us like push the fundraising online, and in total like ANMF has raised around like $1.3 million till date, and the money is still coming in. The other thing was we have a pretty robust global health department at MGH, so I reached out to them and said like, hey, are you guys going to go to Nepal? And obviously it comes with a lot of resources, a lot of planning, and one of the things I'm going to talk about is how people just like, you know, buy the flights and go directly to Nepal without any coordination, and actually not help, but seek help from already like resource-strained entities. So this was one of our like deployment meetings where we like talked and brainstormed about like where we want to go, who we're going to partner with, how do we work with the ministry. And so finally the MGH like decided to send two teams. One was with the International Medical Corps, the other one was Project Hope. Different areas, different group of nurses and physicians, some OB surgeons, some emergency surgeons, some trauma nurses, some hazmat team people. But again, like pretty experienced beside me, I would say, in disaster response. So we went to Nepal, I think around like 4 or 5 days after the first earthquake. And as soon as we landed in the airport, like we saw this person wearing a UN blue cap sitting at the arrival desk saying like, okay, what are you guys up to? So we said like, we're like a bunch of doctors and nurses. And it's like, all right, you should go to the health cluster meeting. And I was like, wow, this is very coordinated. It's pretty awesome. I think, things are under control. So the first time I went to the health cluster meeting, I realized like, it's not what it's supposed to be. I kind of like stopped going to these meetings. So we were told by our partners on the ground, IMC, saying that, okay, there's a significant need in Gorkha, but not at Barpak, because the tractors could go to Barpak, and everyone heard about Barpak because it was the epicenter. So everyone like flooded there, and there was just chaos. And so most of these trails, like Dick Katzman, who is on the ANMF board with me, like if you travel in these mountains, the trails are washed out, like the roads were destroyed, and choppers were in high demand. And similarly, like what earlier president talked about, like powerful people were using it to like rescue their family members, or embassies were like using them to like rescue their citizens, and it was not necessarily for like disaster relief. So IMC, luckily with the help of Facebook, like raised tons of money, and we were able to afford the $60 a minute chopper to go to these like rural areas. The first place we went was Laprak, which is near Barpak, and then the district coordination officer at Gorkha district said like, hey, why don't you guys go to Laprak? And when we landed there paying $60 a minute, we realized there were 2 teams already there, one from Malaysian Air Force, and the other one was like a Singapore police rescue team who were just like chatting there because none of them spoke Gurung. So it was a total waste. And there were hundreds of people waiting to be seen by someone who actually like spoke Nepali. And that was like the first time I realized like, okay, I don't speak Gurung language. I have like no idea. I grew up in Pokhara, but I have lots of Gurung friends. I never picked up a word. And then I realized like, okay, this is like real chaos. Like people in the district office have no idea what's happening out there. And these guys had their own flight, they were like, the Singapore police had like a dog there trying to do rescue work. And so I'll focus mostly on like the healthcare delivery structures. And this is another village that we went called Gachok. And the people here are influential. They have a lot of businesses. They have people in the district office. And they said like, hey, we need some more stuff. So the district officer in Gorkha said like, hey, why did you guys go to Gachok? And when we went there were like already like 3 teams who had already came there, seen these patients, evacuated like the sick ones, and we still had to stay there because our chopper had already left. So I went to the health center and talked to the healthcare professional, the AHW, and I saw it was like Costco medications. Kirkland, Motrin, baby aspirins, and anti-diarrheal medications for Nepali diarrhea, which is actually wrong. And I was, the AHW had no idea what, so these are pretty common meds, but there are a lot of medications that had like no idea, they had never been used in an emergency situation. And along with these, there were a bunch of expired meds because people were collecting meds from their like towns and like sending them, bringing narcotics. There was this, I saw in the place where I was staying in Gorkha, there was this like really well-meaning French woman who had brought like a lot of medications, and 70% of them were narcotics, and she didn't declare that. And she would have been in big trouble, like if they found out like she had like a lot of opioids in her meds. Similarly, they were written in French. There were like medications in these health centers in Korean language, in Arabic languages, and the health professional had like no idea how to use them. Kids were like drinking the hand sanitizers because it smells good. This is another area, another health delivery center that you can see here is kind of destroyed. This is where they would deliver safe, I would say, hopefully the safe delivery in the area. And this was in Kerauza, and is now completely destroyed and unusable. Health workers, I mean, we talked about so many foreign medical teams like going there, putting up pictures on Facebook and like, kind of saving the day. But these are like the unsung heroes. Like for example, she's a health worker there. She's an A&M auxiliary nurse midwife, whose house, the building that is destroyed is the place that she was staying there. She's not even from Gorkha, she was like from somewhere else. So she was like just trapped there and unable to like provide care. But she was trying whatever she could do. Similarly, a lot of these medical teams would see patients like do their thing and like throw away the medical waste in the grounds. Lots of needles being thrown away, improper like sterilizations, and just like disregard, because it doesn't look cool on Facebook to put these pictures. It looks cool actually rescuing people, treating them, just like we sent a patient who was waiting for like 11 days, pretty septic and about to die. And as soon as we landed on this village, this used to be a school, and this was the school playground. The whole school building has fallen off the cliff. And then one of the things the villagers told me was like, oh, we heard if we make a landing pad for choppers, they will land. So they'd made kind of makeshift landing pad. And as soon as we landed, they said like, oh, someone's dying, like, can you help him? And I'm like, okay, I have nothing here. So finally we realized like, okay, we can evacuate these people, but who is gonna pay for them? In Nepal, it's not like there's no safety net insurance. It's all out of pocket. Significant cost if you're admitted in any of these city hospitals. People were starting to like look for their medications, chronic diseases. Diabetics were looking for their meds, trying to scrape off any remaining medications from their like destroyed houses. And guess who was in business? The local healers. They were still back in business all these years. We were trying to like get local healers to kind of move towards modern medicine. But then, their lack of all of it, and they're still doing a lot of this work. This guy was a 35-year-old man with a fractured arm, and the local healer had kind of fixed it. And when we opened it to clean it, we found his arm was like bent, and he couldn't afford like the surgery to fix it. So we had a team of psychotherapists as well in our team. So we did some sessions, and it was a pretty cathartic session to like listen to these stories of complete loss. And as earlier someone said, it was like transcendental. There was loss, but also like an understanding like these things you can finish, and you can, these are not like permanent things. And I just wanted to show like how poor mental health has been addressed in these sessions. Similarly, a lot of foreign medical teams, and as you can see, not many in Dolkha and Gorkha. And I've been associated with like Possible. I used to call Nya Health before when we started years ago, and we're still working with them. Similarly in Rasu too, not a lot. Similarly, I just wanted to give a snapshot of accountability and what it means to like work in these disaster areas, especially with like vulnerable populations. And the lower case actually signifies what it is. Like folks went in, hopefully tried to do the right thing, but instead like didn't follow the standard of care. What they would do if it was a disaster here, imagine this happening in like Katrina, random like foreigners like coming into US and like trying to like treat people with like poor standards of care. There'll be uproar. For example, I show this picture. It's like 3 people handing out like Snickers and like trying to take selfies with these kids and saying, I heard like, okay, this is gonna make a good Facebook post. So it talked about like patient dignity, patient like empowerment and victims. There we frankly do not have a concept of like how to like protect patient privacy. And a lot of my doctor friends in Nepal were putting out like pictures of their surgeries they've done on these patients. So we have a long way to go. The other thing that I want to quickly point out is accountability and why we need to be transparent on the work that we do. And this is this is a recent project that we like funded. We had to buy like blankets after the recent snowstorm in Kashigaon in Gorkha. And on our website in ANMF, like we have every project that we do, we try to be very transparent on like how we spend the money. Some of the fundings go to just clearing the road so that people can actually go to a health center. And we have partnered with the ministry to like rebuild 11 health posts in Sindhu Palchak district. And again, like funded possible and other organizations like across the country. And similarly, like we have accountability structure, like everyone is a volunteer. Like we have a Nepali manager and the US-based managers who work with different organizations and keep track of their projects. And again, like technology is amazing. You could do so many things. You could geotag the projects. You could like track what's happening with these different areas across the country. This was a picture that I took, and I would like kind of end with this. This was on the day of the first earthquake, and I wonder like what the kid is like thinking right now. And every time I see this picture, I think like, what are we going to do for these kids? Because I think that is a huge, huge barrier that we need to come. We can rebuild the houses, like but again, going back to things how they were, it's a big, big journey ahead of all of us. And any questions, if you want to keep in touch, like feel free to email me. Or just tweet to me, I guess. And thank you again for Dartmouth family to inviting me and also donating to ANMF. And thank you for organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, BJ. And let's see if I can get to the next. And now we'll hear from the Dartmouth response, Shreya Shethra and Dan Albert.
I want to thank, we want to thank John and Ken and Sienna and everyone else that organized this meeting. It's really very timely. I think it's time to take a step back, think about what we've done, what we want to do, and how we want to proceed from this point. Because I think the work has only begun, and we need to address all the needs that have yet to be addressed. You might wonder why a rheumatologist from Dartmouth, Hitchcock, or Geisel is up here talking about Nepal disaster relief. But I'm probably a lot like many of the people in the room that worked in NGOs around the world and in Nepal, and went to Nepal and trekked and climbed and just fell in love with the place. It's so spectacular and all the people are so beautiful. So I am very committed to paying back everything that has been given to me from my experience with Nepal. And I was blessed by having people to work with that were really extraordinary. Lauren Sanderson, who's in the audience taking a picture, is a very talented, capable, and energetic administrator, and was able to find a way that we could create a foundation for our goals of trying to address the needs of underserved, mainly children, some of whom were trafficked, and some of whom were just orphaned and disabled. And so that was our focus, and she led us through and continues to be very rigid and completely accountable for all the expenditures that we have, so that we can document down to the last penny what we've done and what we plan to do, and the fact that we don't take any money for what we do. And along the way of trying to establish a nonprofit, Shreya and I were linked up through the group at Dartmouth called Physicians for Social Responsibility, which is a group of students and faculty members who want to address various problems in the world and locally. And Trey and I decided that it would be good if we could establish an organization to try and further these goals. And Trey is amazingly talented and energetic, and gets all the credit for everything that we've done here. Without her and her family too in Kathmandu, I don't think very much of this would have gotten done. But we were able to do some things with some limited resources, although I'm confident that we will get more resources even after this conference. And you visit our website. In any case, we want to tell you a little bit about the organization and what we plan to do and what we've done so far. So we'll make this a sort of a partnership here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And thank you very much to Dr. Ken Bauer for organizing this incredible summit and inviting us here today to share our story. I've been very humbled since yesterday to see this outpouring of love and support for Nepal and its people. And then very, very honored today to be sharing this panel with the likes of Dr. Vijay Acharya, S.P. Kalani, Ian Spears, Jr. at Dartmouth, who's very accomplished already, and my two mentors, Dr. John Burley and Dr. Dan Albert, who easily are two of the most kind-hearted and most generous individuals that I've ever come across. On April 25th, 2015, it was 3 a.m. When my brother called me from Nepal. I'm sorry, my voice still shakes recalling that day. He said, it was a 10-second conversation. He said, there's been a massive earthquake and we're all safe. I thought I was dreaming. I went straight back to sleep. At 6 a.m., my classmate and a co-board member of ASHA, Shannon Coy, called me and said, are you okay? Is your family all right? From that moment onward, I think I speak for a lot of people in the room that it's been a journey filled with pain, anger, grief, and just this deep, sweeping sadness for Nepal in general, for all the catastrophes that the country has faced, political, royal, civil, and now natural, in just the time span of 10 to 15 years. I found much comfort and also a sense of direction, a sense of purpose with ASHA and with Dartmouth for Nepal, so lovingly and so effectively spearheaded by Professor Sienna Craig. The efforts in Dartmouth gave our organization a very effective, very efficient channel to sort of direct our resources, manpower, to earthquake-affected village communities all across the outskirts of Kathmandu and even beyond. So with that, we can, we did want to give a brief background into our organization. So we are a very Dartmouth-based homegrown organization, and we are a group of doctors, med students, nurses, and hospital admins who have come together with this core mission of providing healthcare, curtailing suffering, unnecessary suffering among Nepal's impoverished and vulnerable populations. And the model we had created about a year before the earthquake hit was we are based here in Hanover, Lebanon, New Hampshire, but our implementing arm, our sister organization, is Nepal ASHA, based in Lalitpur, Kathmandu. We've been doing a lot of medical clinics, so sort of rotating health camps, partnering with local established NGOs to provide healthcare, as Dr. Albert mentioned, to vulnerable populations like street children and orphan children. And being a grassroots effort ourselves, we believe a lot in community engagement. So we work in dynamic alliance with the communities we serve.
So I think there anybody who wants to do this, and we'll try and shortcut a little bit of the suffering that you might have if you want to do this. One is you need partner organizations in the country that is being affected. It's almost impossible to do it with a single organization that spans both countries. There are financial, administrative, and legal problems in doing that. and it wastes a lot of resources unless you do it the way we've done it. So Nepal ASHA is our implementing organization there. They're doctors, nurses, and administrators there that basically work with us to formulate plans about how we're going to proceed for a particular goal in mind. And they are volunteers also, but they're volunteers of somewhat of a different sort, in the sense that Nepal's resources are so stretched and so limited. Even people in relatively sophisticated professions and jobs have less flexibility in what they can do for an organization like this than we do. So we have to be aware of that and conscious of that in what we ask of them. We also want to interface with the local leadership here at Dartmouth in a way in which allows them to feel that we are a partner in providing some portion of what they consider the global health strategy, which I think is really becoming a gelled organization at Dartmouth. I think we're moving towards something that looks like a university-wide effort, which I think would be a very laudable goal. And we also have to recognize that our ability to perform these things is highly dependent on our ability to raise funds. And so we're just beginning that sort of emphasis, and it's been very helpful to have a person who is a sophisticated webmaster to maximize our attempt to get funds from electronic and social media. And that person is Shannon Coy, who was a medical student here, is now at MGH in the pathology department, and he's been very, very helpful for us. So these are the kind of things that we have to be aware of.
So in this slide, we talk about the approach we took and what we were able to accomplish in the short time that we were able to spend in Nepal right after the earthquake. So after a week-long planning, fundraising, awareness raising, we were in Nepal a week after the earthquake. And for relief, we targeted mostly, the plan was to target health and humanitarian supplies. But when we were on the ground, we realized that it's a constantly changing needs landscape, and the need is also very much present for shelters. So we ended up within 3 weeks doing 6 mobile health clinics and provided medical care, primary care to about 500 patients. For supplies, we were able to go to 2 remote villages and provide supplies, blankets, mosquito nets, mosquito mats, and so forth, to over 150 families. And in terms of shelter, we targeted 1 village, Kokana, which we will discuss shortly, and we're able to build 34 shelters there for 34 families, approximately about 150 people. So this is to show how far donor money can go when there's very minimal to no overhead. In 3 weeks, with $5,500 that we had raised from Dartmouth for Nepal, Guys for Nepal, and people, physicians and students, we were able to reach over 1,000 earthquake survivors.
So I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned here. First of all, Shreya, of course, wanted to go back there immediately and make sure her family was okay. But that actually dovetailed into our plans because she was able to do an on-the-ground needs assessment. And you really cannot anticipate what the needs are from the communication that you have over here. It just doesn't translate. So you need to be there, and somebody needs to be there. And it was especially good that she was there. And then, when we decided that we had to, as a group, be there in order to get these things done. Of course, taking off for travel to Nepal with 10 days notice, if you're a physician at DH, is a little bit dicey. But, you know, we didn't listen to "you can't do this" type of thing and just did it anyway. So the other, I think one of the other messages is just don't, you know, listen to the can't people. You just have to do it if you have to do it. And it did turn out to be in any way detrimental to the care that I was providing at Dartmouth, so it can be done. So this is a site survey, and I think it's particularly apropos, as Shreya pointed out to me, that the devotional statue there is part Hindu, part Buddhist, which I'm sure you're all aware is very emblematic of Nepal.
So this is one of the 6 sites we visited for our health camp. The name of this village was Kotdara, and the striking thing is that what you see here was what was happening in the rest of the village. When we went there with our van full of physicians, medical supplies, we were greeted overwhelmingly with gratitude, and we were welcomed wholeheartedly. But there was not a single standing structure for us to set up our health camp. And finally, we were able to find one structure, one building that was a one-story structure, 10 minutes down from where we were parked, and we set up our camp there.
And this is a picture of what we were doing. We had physicians, nurses, and of course patients, and we had a lot of medical supplies too. That were some of which were expropriated from healthcare facilities that could afford to lose them, and some were purchased at the local pharmacy, and that was, and we really did actually use almost everything that we had, and we didn't actually have a lot of people standing in line not getting care, so it worked out fairly well.
And I can skip through the next several slides in the interest of time. So this is Dr. Abhishani Buju, who is one of our board members of Nepal ASHA, and she was with us for several of our camps.
And we spoke with her on FaceTime yesterday morning, so it's an ongoing thing.
And again, more volunteer physicians here providing both medical and I would say psychological care to our patients. Trilok and Sanjeev, very, very helpful. Dr. Albert providing care to a patient that came to us with a Nepali translator. This is a volunteer from Seattle. She saw she took vitals of over 100 patients during one day when we were in the station. And as you know, getting manual blood pressure is not the easiest of tasks, and doing that 100 times over without a break is especially challenging. So kudos to her for doing that. I would usually be parked in the medication aisle and sort of explaining to the patients the dosage of the medication that the doctors prescribed and the regimen. And again, doctors providing care in any capacity they could.
That's Shreya's father, who's a physician, and he was reading that X-ray. And it is obviously very important that somebody can speak the language who is instructing patients on drugs.
And this is how, so we would rent a bus or a van, depending on the size of our volunteer team, and go to medical camps, sometimes realizing 1 hour later, as we did after this photo was taken, that the width of the road we were on was actually smaller than the width of our bus. So it was a particularly interesting experience, but we all survived, and we saw about 150 patients that day. Note all you want to say.
This is just carrying supplies to the building that we were going to use, I believe. Oh, no, this is Tibetan. This is
Kathmandu model.
Kathmandu Model. One of our partner hospitals there, Kathmandu Model Hospital, needed certain supplies. They asked us for them, and we brought them over from Dartmouth, actually. And they, the building was damaged by the earthquake, so they had moved the OR to the emergency room. And we brought the supplies in, and a nurse from the from the OR came out, grabbed the supplies, and went back in the OR because they needed them so desperately. They were really quite overwhelmed for the first about 10 days after the earthquake. They did a lot of procedures. I think 8,000 surgical procedures in the 10 days.
And this picture just showing the supply distribution that we did, and a backdrop of Kokana, which is where we built the 34 shelters. We were here doing a health camp, but realized that what's actually needed is shelter. This lady in particular reached out to us and pleaded for a shelter for her, and we were able to get that done in the next couple days. So that was a very gratifying moment for all of us. Again, examples of more shelters. This picture is I think speaks volumes to the kind of work that was going on right after the earthquake hit. So there are Christians, Buddhists, Hindus all together in this represented in this picture. There are Newars, there are Gurungs, and there are Brahmins. So there was a lot of caste and religion barriers that were broken right after the earthquake.
I think this is a good example of how you have to be on the ground. So one of the real needs was shelter, and the shelters that were available were tents, which were not going to survive the monsoon season and cost about $250. But with input from local people, this design of having iron rods that are bent and then putting the galvanized steel frames over the Quonset hut-like structures was really quite good, and we were able to do those for about $126 each. So that was a very efficient use of resources. When they no longer needed them, they had rebuilt their house. They can use them for tools, animals, grain, whatever. So it was very useful. And this just last slide is some of the partner organizations. Mighty Nepal is a long-standing NGO in Nepal that supports safe housing for displaced women and children. They have a big network, supply chain network that we can utilize to get things to where we want them, and Dropka. So that was a very useful partner.
And very quickly, just to say that there's work that's still ongoing based on the foundation that was laid right after the earthquake. I'm just trying to see if there's any important point here. I guess with the research we're doing with Tribhuvan University Teaching Hospitals, that's another avenue that our organization is headed towards as well, seeing epidemiologic trends, doing research on the burden of tumors in Nepal. And one thing that we're working on right now is to start a clinic in Kokana, and actually Sano Kokana, so sort of even further remote than Kokana itself. So that's an ongoing work for us. And this last slide, I think just speaks to the resilience, the grace and generosity of the people of Nepal's rural poor. We were there doing a site survey, and this lady had never before seen me in her life. And that was all she had left for a home, but she was still kind enough to invite us for lunch. So she was asking us to come have tea with us, chia khana aunus. So that's the end of our presentation. We would like to extend deep gratitude to Dr. John Butterly, who's been a powerhouse of resource direction and support, Dr. Sienna Craig and Dr. Ken Bauer. And everybody mentioned on the list here, they've been incredibly supportive, incredibly helpful.
And if you want to visit our website, it's ashafornepal.org. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Maybe I could ask our panelists to come and have a seat. And Ken, how much time do you think? 15 minutes, okay, great. And actually, I do have a question to start with, but before I do, Dr. Albert brought up a very important point about doing things, whether or not you think you're going to be allowed to do them. And it's always been my experience that it's much better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. So just a rule of thumb to remember. That's unless you're talking about paying your taxes, where that might not be a good idea. So one contrast that I noticed about all of this had to do with what we saw in Haiti and what I'm hearing about Nepal, and particularly about the rebuilding of the homes, which I think is absolutely terrific. And I'm wondering, and I'm not sure if there's an actual answer to this, how much of this has to do with culture? How much of it has to do with the level of infrastructure actually available in Nepal compared to the infrastructure in Haiti, which was very low? Anybody, if you have some ideas about that, there's clearly a contrast.
Well, one of the situations we faced was while it's not about the homes but health facilities. So rebuilding health facilities, we discussed and decided that we will go for prefabricated buildings, and we did not produce them. And as you might know, there was a blockade between the borders in India and Nepal, and we could not import them. So that actually halted the work for a very long period of time. So there was a resource constraint, availability of resources. There were different innovative ideas different people used for making houses. But for us, as focused on health here, the Ministry of Health decided that we'll go into the prefab buildings. That was a big challenge.
Any other thoughts about that?
Yeah, I would just say that the design by, at least like in the areas that I've gone in Gorkha and other areas, the housing design, the material construction is mostly like stones. And I think like we got lucky in both the earthquakes, like it was in the middle, in the morning, it was like, the first one is like on Saturday. So people were actually like out. It was not at night. So these like heavy stones that people would put on top of these galvanized like sheets or even like thatched housing, they would have like crushed a lot of people in. So I think that is one of the reasons why we had like less amputations as well as like less casualties. But rebuilding is a significant challenge, and some of these villages, the last one in Sirdibas that I went, it was completely rebuilt. Like it was only 3 weeks into the earthquake, and they did not wait for anyone because they knew, as someone earlier pointed out, they were never there, so they didn't expect anyone to show up.
Yeah, there was definitely, I mean, obviously the piece about resources, but looking at how some of the plans to rebuild were either implemented or not really gone forward with, there were some plans to build earthquake resilient houses by taking bags and filling them with rubble, actually, and kind of using those as building blocks, which they had found was quite earthquake resistant. Though when doing kind of site surveys and talking to people on the ground, a lot of these structures were just not really accepted, or they just weren't the same as what had been done before, so they weren't able to really move forward with some of those projects.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes?
Is it possible that we could find some sort of, I guess, post-disaster economy where in rallying to, is it possible that in rallying to volunteer, I guess, to rebuild Nepal, the Nepalese people will end up forming perhaps things that become businesses whereby they are creating a new economy and there's less brain drain, and you have youth not just coming back to volunteer but coming back and staying because those volunteer things lead into like construction businesses or something?
I mean, as someone who's like volunteered a lot, I would say volunteerism is not a sustainable model, and there are a lot of my I have a couple of friends who've actually like gone into like building these construction like prefab materials, but I think because it's a landlocked country and we have to depend on like a third country like to get all the resources, there are no like indigent resources, and like the organization Abari that Nepal runs, they are doing pretty amazing work on using like locally sourced materials. In possible in Assam, like we are designing this new hospital completely based on like ram earth technology. So there are innovations around that. And I guess, like, again, someone has to pay for it. You know, voluntarism is not a sustainable model.
Any other thoughts on?
Yes, we're building 50 schools in Nepal, and we're using earth brick. But we started out using the earth bags. But with the new constitution, and then there's the new building code was changed, so we had to then transfer over to the earth bags or earth brick. So we've been having a lot of bureaucratic issues with that. We're using some concrete now, in order to get the right engineering passed by the government. We have some of the leading structural engineers in Nepal and in America working on this, but the bureaucracy just doesn't want to introduce anything new at this point, especially with schools. So that's our experience.
Other questions?
I have two comments, and I was there for both earthquakes, and I teach at various medical schools in Nepal when I'm there. I think you are right on the money when you're comparing Nepal and the Haiti response, because I think the international community was expecting that it was going to be another Haiti with 100,000 people dead in 5 minutes, and they were surprised when it was not. Now, the first comment I would make is, and you may want to respond to this, but although the government is much maligned and all that for their response or whatever, they had actually had a 15-year earthquake preparedness plan in which they hardened virtually every hospital in Kathmandu Valley. And although Kathmandu Medical College that they're referring to was sort of the poster child and got coverage in the New York Times for their things, many of the major hospitals really were much more up and running than anyone gave credit for. And they didn't get any photos because there was nothing wrong there. TUIOM was actually very good. Beer Hospital only had 2 buildings that needed to be shut, and their new trauma center from India, which they had opened only a year or 2 before, was absolutely at 110%. S.P. Kalani, when he was talking, and I love your contribution there, to clarify, when they're talking about rebuilding a health post, that's a primary care center. That's not a hospital. So that's my first comment. But then my second comment is, it's actually been a paradigm shift in medical education in Nepal in the last 10 years. There's probably about a dozen new medical schools, most of them not in the Kathmandu Valley, and they're working much harder to have the MBBS graduates do mandatory service in rural areas. And I would highly suggest that that's some low-hanging fruit that Geisel or anyone who wants to pick could be to partner with some of these new medical schools. And I have deep respect for the people in Kathmandu Valley, and they are really doing a great job. But the ones outside Kathmandu are starving for more international connections to join the company of learned men and women. And thank you.
Thank you for that, to those comments. That's very helpful. Are there other questions? Sienna?
Thank you all for a really great panel. SPG, I had a question for you about sort of what you've seen post-earthquake now as you're rebuilding in Dolakha, especially in relation to the blockade and to this thing that we kept hearing about, that essential medicines were running low, but what actually that meant on the ground for your team in Assam, for the people that were rebuilding in Dolakha. How did that blockade manifest for you?
Thanks, Anna. Well, it did impose a big challenge for us, both in terms of providing care and also in our efforts in rebuilding, because it's not only the prefab materials that we could not get because of blockade, but also because of the fuel crisis, the transportation was halted. We could not travel from one place to another place. So it was actually, the situation was aggravated by multiple factors. So just after the earthquake, there was monsoon season. So there are so many landslides, you cannot travel to the less accessible places. And then we have the biggest festival. People, you do not get people to work on the ground, actually. So amazing. And then immediately after that, we had to face this blockade. So all of these things, one after another, I'll tell you the fact that we planned that this immediate rebuilding phase was to go for 6 months only. The cabinet actually authorized each of the line ministries to work with the partner organizations to complete the first phase of rebuilding work within 6 months, which ended on 15th December, at the end of December. But we're not able to even start the work, so except for very few exceptions. So that was a big challenge. And so in terms of the medical supplies, again, because there was no transportation, then you could not get the medicines, drugs out to the public facilities. So there were a few groups who were planning on working on getting the stuff from one place to another place. Even in Kathmandu, they started a group. What was it? They would just transport the drugs from one hospital to another. We had a follow-up meeting at the Ministry of Health where we talked about what the challenges are. It was confusing because we're getting mixed messages. So there are reports that say that drugs, hospitals are out of drugs, and there are manufacturers who are saying, oh, there's plenty of medicine with us. You do not need to import from anywhere else. And then, we do not have a good system of tracking the information, so it was difficult. So we actually got all the stakeholders, including manufacturers, suppliers, hospital folks, and also we had a meeting at the Ministry of Health that identified a need, because then there were people speaking against each other. Someone is saying, oh, we got enough supply, and the doctor from the hospital saying, no, we don't have it, we need it. So there was a lack of that transportation, and I know, challenges of transporting things from one place to another place. So some folks even started, carrying things in bag. There was a point of time, which now thankfully has been improving, but it was a big challenge at that point in time. So one on the earthquake-affected districts, but also throughout the country. We sometimes tend to forget those remote hills where, normally there's a big challenge, not only during the earthquakes and because of these big disasters, but we did have to face a lot of problems when there was no fuel and no vehicles. Even if you were lucky to get one, then you're paying like 5 times price, so it's gone significantly high. Just to clarify one point, so when I said clinics in Doloka, so I was saying the MOU for rebuilding the health facilities is for health posts. Those are what you call smaller, lower level primary care facilities. But for the MOU we have signed with the Ministry of Health for managing the care in Doloka is a hospital, supposed to be a hospital in a long run. That will be a 50-bedded hospital. But yeah, thanks. That was.
One question here, one question here.
Good afternoon. My name is Aditya, and I am currently a PhD student at Dartmouth. And me, along with a lot of other students, we were part of Dartmouth for Nepal, where we all came together right after the earthquake, and we started saying, look, how do we help? What do we do? And at that point, the question was like, fundraise, and eventually you'll be able to come up with sustainable long-term solutions and long-term impactful ideas. And I think we're at a stage where it's that time. It's now it's time to think about what we can do in a long-term partnership or long-term relationship with people or partnerships in Nepal. But at the same time, being students, we're not really sure what a long-term solution should look like or what it is, honestly. So I think it would really be great for students like us and a lot of other colleges who still have that passion to help, a lot of talent involved, which is still not tapped into, which is still not used. And I think it would help us and a lot of them if we just had a vision for what is next in terms of a solution. What should a partnership look like?
I think everyone who's worked in Nepal after the earthquake has realized there's a significant energy in the youth, and I guess we fill in a lot of the vacuum, especially around in coordination. In for example, the teaching hospital in IIM was running because there were a bunch of volunteers who were very disciplined on what to do. Vivekshil Nepali, a political organization, but again primarily run by volunteers and youth. they were very active, and I think the energy is still there, but I think it needs a direction. I guess, for example, we had a similar meeting and a similar student group at Harvard, Harvard from Nepal, and a bunch of other universities have similar youth groups. Again, I come back to Facebook. I was so powerful in connecting people, and you could do a lot of different things. What you feel, I know mostly healthcare, medical delivery. Been working in Assam and again in Dharan and other places for years, and that's what I feel I can contribute. There are a lot of avenues, a lot of partnerships, and I guess my personal bias is working and strengthening Ministry of Health and the government is what we need to do. I mean, we completely disregard the government structure, but again, we are the people who actually send these people, and we voted them, we pay taxes, and we should hold ourselves accountable and also them accountable. And I think that is what I believe is what is in the future, is keeping everyone accountable.
Can I just add? Yeah, I think that's a great point. We sometimes tend to devalue the contribution, the work the government has been doing as we work from the nonprofit sector, non-government sector. But I think it's really important to acknowledge that the structure of health system in Nepal is actually wonderful. The problem is in its functioning. So if we we do have health post or health facility in each of what we call village development committee, villages. So if we are able to make those institutions functional, then we get there. So I think you probably know the name Paul Palmer, famous guy who talks about staff, and system. So we do have that structure. We have staff in most of the cases. In some of the places we do not have enough. But if we can support providing staff and then stuff that would be both supplies that we can do, other kind of resources, and also develop a wonderful system to make those institutions functional. That's where I think we get to meet our goal. So for that, that's why I agree with the idea of volunteerism, how it does not become sustainable, because we then are thinking about a short-term solution, but it has to be a long-term plan, how we can work together. That's the reason why Possible works closely with the government in partnership and manages the government health facilities so that we can deliver quality care through these institutions that are up to the grassroots level. So if we can contribute in that level of managing care, delivering care, I think that's where our contribution will be counted.
And one point I wanted to add, for smaller organizations like ourselves and for smaller initiatives, relatively smaller initiatives like Dartmouth for Nepal, I think if we go forward in a very targeted manner for something that could have very long-term sustainable impacts. Adi, you bring up a really good question, something that we've been struggling with as well. And what we identified as a potential avenue of intervention going forward for sustainability is, again, as SB Sir brought up, working with the government in rebuilding health posts. So there is actually target health posts in regions like Dolka, where it looks like the building is still standing, but it's very hazardous, and there are physicians there are nurses who've already been assigned to work in that health post, but because of the infrastructure, it's not being able to be functional at this point. So targeting such maybe just targeted spots outside Kathmandu, and working with the government to maybe just lay down the infrastructure and rebuild that health post. And again, the staff is already there. So the management comes from the government, but the building comes from nonprofit, from private sectors. So something like that, I think, would be a good avenue to pursue moving forward.
I just wanted to say that one of the advantages of volunteer organizations is they can provide short-term but very flexible responses to needs. So when we got there was a need for shelters, but that need evaporated in the weeks to months later. So an organization that has the flexibility to change direction, like after that it got cold, and there were people that were freezing, and so we provided blankets for. So that kind of flexibility is characteristic of volunteer organizations, not so great with governmental organizations. So to echo what Shreya said, we have to be very flexible. We have to be very targeted. Our thoughts now are, outpost medical facilities that are really kind of unavailable. In Kathmandu, it's pretty good, but as soon as you get outside of the valley, there's problems.
And to that, one model that we were brainstorming about was sort of this mobile / loop around health clinic, where we would have clinics in 6 different villages, say over a time span of a year, and the physicians would rotate through and loop back, and in that model be able to provide more long-term care for chronic conditions like hypertension or diabetes, these non-communicable conditions that are on a rise in regions like Nepal. So I think there are definitely avenues for more long-term interventions.
That is somewhat analogous to the Peruvian government's solution to healthcare along the villages along the Amazon. They have boats that go up every 2 months, and they stop at the different villages, and so they provide ongoing care, but it's episodic, and it's a combination of NGOs and governmental support in terms of both doctors, Peruvian doctors, and also medical supplies. So you can have a private-public partnership that provides ongoing care, but it's episodic, which is what we're thinking about.
So thank you all, and this question's for all of you. I can walk up and down the Newbury Valley, as I've been doing for 20 years, and point and do an archaeology of failed health posts. Building the buildings is easy. Staffing them, especially in a remote area, is the real challenge. And anytime you get a staff member in, you know that in 2 or 3 years that person's going to want to move out of a remote area. So you're always having to think 2 or 3 years down the line. And especially with the international context, the nursing schools have become an export industry, as we know, and I can't blame people, just as I can't blame young people from Newbury going down to the city for better opportunities. I can't blame people for going to nursing school and hoping to work abroad. So how do you address the long-term sustainability problem of staffing these? Because again, the building's relatively easy. The staffing, as I see it, is the real issue.
So I can give my personal experience. So when we started Nyaya Health Like Possible in 2008, it was next to impossible to find a doctor who'd go and live in a town because it was a 16-hour-long drive. There was nothing there. You would eat like potatoes and lettuce every day, morning and night, if you get food there. Sometimes, especially there's no electricity. So over the course of years, we invested a lot in housing support. We have broadband internet, satellite TV, things that people appreciate, and we invested heavily on making that place something you can actually live there. And especially in healthcare, it's not one person anymore. You need a team of supplies, you need diagnostics, you need a support structure, a referral structure. There are a lot of other things that come along with healthcare, and I think, again, a lot of people said, we just need a staff there, and especially this has been going on with the MBBS doctors, the new graduates. Ministry is saying, okay, you go and work in this village health post for 2 years, but you need to give a structure, a support, a system, so that you can actually function as a doctor, or a nurse, or a physical therapist, or a midwife. So you need the whole package, not just a structure. That's how I would say, it's a more a long-term solution.
Yep. No, it's a great question. It's hard to ever kind of force someone to stay in a community if they don't want to, or if they see opportunities elsewhere. But I think this starts to tie into kind of the topic that I started to talk about at the end of my presentation of community resiliency. So using the local resources, local human resources, people who are tied and interested and devoted to their community and interested in staying there, maybe not forever, but potentially for 5 or 10 years, and really developing them. So again, trying to get more local level training programs in place would be kind of my response to that.
Yeah, HR management always remains to be the biggest challenge for our organizations. I think globally, but also in context of Nepal, particularly in those high hills where, the infrastructure is very poor. It does, as Bija said, we have invested heavily as an organization in human resources. We still continue to invest and try our best how we can develop the best org culture so that people can stay longer. Over the years, we have thankfully been able to observe the higher retention rate, but still I wouldn't say that's been the best, because there are examples where people would go to join the government services or would go for the higher studies, and the frequency of which becomes higher on more remote areas. There are a couple of, just for your information, there are a couple of government initiatives, for example, the scholarships for the students and bonding, they do for sending them to the remote areas for certain years. After 4 years of education, they go in and work in the remote hills. And also the government has recently, Ministry of Health has decided that each medical colleges will be assigned to support in certain districts. So what happens as for that is they will be able to provide the human resource support to those districts. There are some of such efforts, which is not enough certainly, and as implementing partner for the government, we work alongside how we can mutually support to fulfill that need. I mean, it's just to acknowledge, not to claim that we have gotten there, but yes, we're working together with the government to fulfill that need.
We're going to have to close this session. A quick reminder, at 4:30, please come join us for the keynote address in Moore Hall, Filing Auditorium. And yes, we have now time for coffee, relaxing, standing up, enjoying meeting each other. So Moore Hall is about 2 minutes walk. There's campus maps right outside. Thank you.
Well done.